did a thing and I'm out of sync, and this is no good. Work on it. I hope you're good. I hope you had a good week. It is Friday, which is pretty good. I've been tired all day since yesterday. I have my reasons. I will explain in a second, but it is kind of bad. We have some good news for today. I've made some updates. We have some approved things, which is always good to have. Phils, welcome on in. I hope you're good. Let's see if you drop on today's first drop. I doubt. You know what? With that angle, you might make it.
The real
You
Ginny
could.
just resubscribed for 12 months. Boo.
God damn, that was so close. JD, welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. Welcome on in on Twitch. I hope you're good. I don't know what happened, but yeah, you're running away. God damn it. God damn it. I don't think I'm gonna make it. You know what? I might just make it. Nah, we're good. It's still bad. Marmalade, welcome on in. Cybersex, welcome on in. God damn, I was just looking at the things. Chipulix, welcome on in. I hope you're good. We have no drops today. I think it's a rigged day again. Against the players, all of them, me included. Maddie, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? We have some good news, which is the thing that we have been talking about last time, which is Perfume has been approved, kinda. The thing that is kind of sad, which is the reverse of that, I don't know. Uh, it basically has been approved on Wednesday, and then on Thursday, my bad. In the afternoon, I launched the app and it instantly crashed on launch. So maybe I have introduced a bug that I will need to fix in the coming days, and that's kind of sad. But also, it's been approved. So it basically means that the review team didn't have an instant crash when they launched the app, which is pretty good. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. Other than that, we have updates on the portfolio, which are taking a bit of time. I need a push so that it goes through and everyone is happy with it. That's basically where I need to do things. Um, but yeah, I feel like this is pretty good. Uh, I think this is good. We'll see if that publishes. Basically, the changes that I've made on the portfolio itself are teeny tiny additional things so that we end up with something that just make a teeny tiny bit more sense. So, as I've mentioned before, we had these buttons at the top that I didn't really like. And so, in order to make it like a bit cleaner, I decided to use the icons that we have to send you to LinkedIn, send you to Twitter. And then we used to have the email button and then the hire me button. And this was confusing. So it makes a lot more sense to just have a contact email there so that when the recruiter is just clicking on the thing, they get the email directly, which is the main point. So that's a good thing. Also fixed the position, like looking for position and the trying like goals, so that if I get like a recruiter that is from Japan that looks at this, they would be like, okay, cool, that person is trying to return to Japan. They've been basically using returning means that they've been living in Japan before, which is something that they have a bit of a better thing for, if that makes sense. They would prefer someone that has been there before compared to someone that is brand new, just because it implies, even though it's not necessarily true, but it implies that I know kind of how the paperwork is working. I know how to get my way around the city and things in Japan. So that's a good thing. So I changed that. Um, and then in all of these things, similar to what we had before, I basically just reintroduced a lot more LLM friendly headings, content. I don't even know at this point if it's like or how it is. considered. But basically, there is the LLM description for each of the jobs, and then the instruction of like what needs to be read. So basically, I can lie around here so that the LLM is putting me on the better bit of a light for the hiring manager that is using an LLM to go through things, and it doesn't read the entire thing, which is good. That is not true. It's basically just a resume or condensed version of the content so that it doesn't have to pass anything. So it is token friendly. I'm thinking about the hiring manager wallets on this one. So this is the type of thing that I've been adding, and it's still missing some things. I've done some rewriting again to make sure that the paragraphs feels better, but they are still as last time. It's the exact same behavior with my hands. I don't know. It feels okay, but it doesn't feel right, and that's the worst part. It's just like the writing is good-ish, but also my writing is good-ish, so that is the reason. But it's just like I don't know how to fix it. So maybe at some point I'll figure it out. Um, but for now, I am not figuring it out. So that is fine. There was some other thing that I was thinking about adding, like making sure that I have like the about and the goals of returning to Japan somewhere around here. But when I did so, that section felt too cramped with a lot more information in there, so I kind of removed that. Um, and yeah, and the last point, which is useful, not useful, it depends, but I added a CV slash resume thing that basically gives a printable page so that people can just print it if they want to, and then email at the bottom. So yeah, it's a bit of a two thing. So the button at the top of the site is basically sending an email directly with the mail to, but this one is a copy to clipboard email section for the people that are going to the bottom of the page, which I think is a bit better than just the mail to. Mail to is annoying for some people. I've asked on Twitter, but no one has answered yet. So I don't know. But yeah, I don't know how I feel about it. I feel like that I have read some people talk about the fact that like Mail to is wrong because it sends to the default app, and if you have a default app that is set up on your computer and or your phone, it's going to open that when sometimes the user wants to use the browser based email client, and therefore the copy is a better option. But I don't know. I really don't know. I have no clue. And we'll see. But yeah, nonetheless, that is that's in there. I still forgot to put the fucking Anthropic affiliate link that I have here to give me free credits. But yeah, and then I sent a message to Stony just before the stream started because I timed it, not on purpose, but goddamn, I said that at 1:19, and at 1:20 we just resetted the count. So now it's good. The sad part though is that now it's just like I started the 5 hour window with nothing in it because we are streaming. So I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know how it's gonna happen. But yeah. Dapshi, what about it? Um what am I using? Where? How? Are you gonna make it? No. Yeah, everyone is like so close to the target. It's just that's just wild. Wild. Um so yeah, so that's the main news. The last point on the news, I'm still not making it. Uh the last point on the news is I decided to go to the oh, we are going in the same place, feels we're going it. Uh, kind of you to join me. I appreciate it. I went to the movie theater for the first time since 2020 in France. I went to the cinema in Japan, but since 2020 in France, I have never been back in a cinema, and I'm probably not gonna go back because goddamn, I hate it. I hate it. I went and I'm gonna explain everything. I went at 9 a.m. So right like the first screening of the latest Spider-Man movie, because that's the thing that is good right now, at least. I didn't see the Odyssey yet, but I think I'm gonna wait because it's gonna be so bad. But it's 9 a.m. It's 9 a.m. In the morning. In in the morning, right? I don't understand how people smell like this at 9 a.m. already. Like take a shower before going to the movie. I don't know. That could be interesting. I don't understand why the cinema has to put the sound so loud. Like I was tempted to just put my AirPods on with the noise canceling in and putting it in live event situation because of how fucking loud it was. And then that triggered a headache that I still have today. So yeah, that was wild. I think like 5% lower volume would be fine. Wouldn't change anything. They would they wouldn't have to pay so much in insulation and like noise canceling walls and shit. It would be cheaper for them. But I mean, it's too late now. The thing is built. But goddamn, just whatever. And then the thing that pissed me off the most, but also it's funny, but not really, but kinda. There was bugs on the projector for the entirety of the movie. So you see like small black dots that just crawl around. So for a Spider-Man movie, that's kind of fitting, I guess. But it's just like in front of the lens for the entirety of the thing. I don't know. Do something about it. Get a get no bugs allowed. It was really bad. And then also the screening was at like 9, and again, I haven't been in the movie for a long time, but there was 20 minutes of ads. Goddamn. I have ad blocks on everything on the internet, but 20 minutes of unskippable ads? No, no, not again. Not again. I am not doing that again. So if I watch the Odyssey at some point, I'm going there late and I join when the ads are done and I miss the beginning, or I don't know, but I wait for it to be available on a streaming platform and or on a streaming platform in good quality. But like, I don't know. It was wild. I don't like it. I don't like it. And yes, actually, as well, I am old. Yeah, that that is that is also true. But goddamn, that was really bad. However, with no spoiler attached, the latest Spider-Man is really good. I'm really impressed by what they have done. The cinematography in it is really good. The the colors, the images are really nice. I like everything that they have done. There are some things in there that I'm like, continuity, I don't know. We'll see. Um, but it is nice. Fight scenes are good. VFX are good. Story wise, it's the continuity of the rest, which is nice for them to be able to like get something uh that is like continuing for like three movies and makes sense, but that's also like one of the strength of Marvel, I guess, because they have so much materials to pull from, but it is pretty good. And then the post-credit scene, uh, I don't like it. That's all I'm gonna say. That is all I'm gonna say. It's I don't like it mainly because it's kind of useless and it doesn't give you any information or any hints of what you could potentially just hypothesize on what could be. So eh, I don't I don't like it. Um, but yeah, no, it's nice. It changes the pace. Um, it stands out from the other. I think it's one of the best of the four with Tom Holland. So that's something to say. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I did my best to not watch the trailer for Doomsday because I'm like, I don't want to know anything. I don't want to be aware of anything. And sadly, I am aware of things now. I don't have a choice. Um, but yeah, I usually I watch the trailers after I watch the movies. I know, I know, it's crazy. But for the past few years, I have noticed that Danny, work on it. How are you? I have some things for you. I have noticed that like the trailers on movies are most of the time giving out some things that are either faked for, engagement and so on, or they are just giving out the plots of the movies, and you're like, well, that what's the point now? Like, I know everything that will happen. I've seen things, and yeah. So the trailer for Spider-Man, the latest one, is containing things that you were not supposed to know entirely the same way, I guess. But you don't know if you don't know when you watch the trailer, so that's good. Um, Nonetheless, good. It's a good movie. We like it. We like it. We like it. Then for you, I've seen this thing that popped in on my feed earlier today, and it is pretty clean. I feel like this is something that you could potentially have, animation wise, on your side of things. It's a clean, easy to do, easy to create flip of the cards, and the coins going to the user that has won the pot. That's a good thing. So I feel like this is something that you could potentially just slide in. Uh, that's a that's a nice idea. I like it. I like it. I do prefer your design for the cards, though. I'm not gonna lie. These look like generic cards. The one that you have done are much better. So that's a point for you. That is a point for you. I'm gonna blur this for 1 second. I will do so, yes. And I need to do that. I wish there were no. Yeah, that's gonna be kind of. I guess I could do that, maybe. So, if you know, if you've seen that, you know what I'm about to say. If you haven't seen that, then congrats, you can participate in the question. And how does this feel? How does this shot feel? It's a good composition, but how does it feel? Are there things in there that just feels off or right? Like what's the feel about it? Just the shot. I can't play. I can't press play for many reasons until I have some answers in the chat. But yeah, how does this look? How the composition feels to you? If it feels like something, it is Stairway to Heaven's, yes, kind of. Um, To me, it has like a bit of a centered, uncentered thing. So that's an interesting thing where the building itself, the distance that we have between that line here and that line there feels kind of uneven, even though I think they kind of are even. And then the table is centered, but like it's closer to that edge than it is to that edge. But that's like the shot being like a bit more interesting than regular whatever. This is not real. This is a fully AI generated podcast video. And you can see that with the mouse movement, uh, specifically on the other guy, like this one is. But just from the shot, you can't really tell. Like if it's just a static image right there, like I could have taken a screenshot of whatever the fuck I was looking at on YouTube. I would probably would have looked like this. And the reason why I saved this one is because I kind of agree uh, with this. Like, I mean, I don't see why you'd be willing to watch an AI generated podcast other than, well, it's a podcast that didn't have faces, and some people just enjoy podcasts with faces more. That's the only thing. But it's also like, with the quality at which it is now, as always, this is probably again going to be the worst it's going to be. And I'm guessing by next year we will not be able to tell if the video is actually a video or a generated video. And that is wild. That's uh that's a wild thing to say. Nonetheless, on which Denny do you want to go? Is it the Verso one? Damn, it is. That's cool. Uh, that's cool, but be careful there. These look like um, a very specific set of NFTs that I forgot the name of, obviously. And if that's the case, if they are coming from Doodles and you don't have the rights to them, I would highly, highly uh, like recommend to not do that. But also, even if you do, I could also highly recommend against that because it is um like it is related to NFTs, and a lot of people are still not understanding what NFTs are, and therefore that shot is kind of not not necessarily good. Nonetheless, the the design and the loader is really cool. It has like that kind of bounce that is interesting, that kind of does the role. But what I'm seeing is that you're not necessarily doing um, uh, a role. You are doing a mask, um, a mask off, I guess. So your images are kind of moving in different places, but then the mask is moving along in a way. So yeah, it is like a fade in of everything with a bit more thing showing. I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm saying that it is not rotating. And if you want the Marvel thing, officially it is uh, page of books. Uh, and so it it does very much something similar. I'm not gonna lie. This is close to what you have. The thing is, how can I explain that? How can I explain that in a way that makes sense? The thing that I see on your end right now, Hugo, we're coming in. I have another thing for you. I'm sorry to do that to you every time. We got another one with the exact same images as before. I'm sorry. It needs to go. That's just fuck me. um, Basically, the thing that they are doing, I'm gonna use the sticker effect. It's gonna be fine. Everyone has been doing stickers anyway, so we can talk about that. I guess Aditya is not the correct one that I was looking for. The previous one is Peel Me. Yes. Um, yeah. It is annoying. So basically, the thing that happens is that that is that is basically what happens with all of the pages. So every single page is dropping like this and peeling from the top down. So you could integrate something similar to this to get like that effect on the loading and be masked by the pill shape that you have. That would make it a bit more Marvel-like, if that's exactly what you want. But that's basically the thing. It's just like all of the fucking page are just dropping in. And because the back of the Marvel page have comics on them, it's not pure white. So that's a thing that you could do. I don't know, but that's also because of that, it just looks like whatever. So it's basically a flip book, and that's the idea. That's how things work, and that's like exactly what you're supposed to see, roughly. But you can see and you can understand how the page is happening. Like it's the page that was before is flipping away, revealing the the drawing that was underneath from the next page. So these are some titties again. So these are like basically the animation that you want to have and you want to recreate. So it's either it flips from the top and the pages are falling down, which is what Marvel is doing, or you do the opposite where they are basically going up and it's just like the animation is happening. But yeah, that's more detail. Rue, welcome on in. How are you? How's that day going? But yeah, no, this one is good. We talked about it before. A lot of people have been trying to implement similar things on basically every single platform that exist. So since this one popped in as an expo thing, I think, then people have been like just yeah, it's not a landing there. You know what? Let me well, alerts. Let's see if that helps. I don't know. Well, that that didn't help. um, let's see if a reset is helping a drop. We never know. We never know. Well, apparently not. Not for me. uh, let me take a look at it. Yeah, no. But yeah, thank you for meeting me in the corner. I appreciate. I appreciate. It is not. It is not a dropping day. Riley, we're going. How are you? How's the day going? So that's the only thing that I would say for the animation itself to be a bit cleaner, but it is really cool. I love the appearance of the logo. I mean the logo that you have here, but within it. So that's a cool thing. I really like this. And then the the jiggle slash shake on the pill. I don't know. It's interesting, but it's like good and not good enough at the same time, if that makes sense. Um, so I I don't know. It's it it's missing something, and because I can't have the animation on a loop, um, and just look at it, it's going to be kind of complicated. Let me just do that, by the way, because it's gonna be easier. That's gonna break the stream. I'm gonna tell you this right now, because otherwise, you know, while recording, it is better. While recording, it is better. Um, so you have this. So yeah, I was right. You do a mask-based system. So yeah, that one, like that first jump is the weird thing. I don't know if that makes sense. Okay, this is this is me being annoying. All right, don't don't worry about it. Uh, it doesn't glitch centered. I think that's my issue. If you look closely at what's happening, it's almost as if your thing was doing this. Um, like as if your center point was somewhere around here, and it's growing on that side more than the other. And it's just like it's a bit weird. Also, it just appears out of nowhere, which I think your first thing should just fade in the same way that the rest is doing it. But yeah, there is a bit of an un it it does a weird on both side animation, but that uh the lock-in at the end is good. This makes sense. Um but yeah, it it has that left to right move and also that kind of big ass jump once. So that might be what is distracting me. Nonetheless, the concept is really good. This is I wouldn't say that this is kind of unique because I've seen similar things before, but also I've seen most things before, so don't worry about it. But it is unique in a way that I haven't really seen that um, on designer portfolios in the past few years. So that stands out on its own. The other thing that I have, and this is just me being me and having a point against loaders, does your website really need a loader? Like, are you actually loading some content and in need of content to be loaded and take the time to get like all of that? Or is this just because you thought having a loader would be fun and therefore you just did this? Um, which is fine, by the way, but it's just sometimes that's a different issues. Let me get I see that. That reveal for the Denny at the bottom is really cool though. I'm not gonna lie. This is neat. This is neat. Yeah, it does. It does. Um, kind of on both sides. Like it feel obviously I wasn't like recording very much centered, so it's not centered in the recording. So, um, um, but yeah. Why didn't you scroll? I will scroll. I will scroll right now. I'm focused on the. You asked about the loader first, so I'm looking at the loader. Um, but that teeny tiny glitch right here is the thing that I'm seeing that is bothering me. It feels like this side has a bit of I could probably see it if I like right about yeah, there is some motion blur and some visual persistence that is happening that is creating that effect. But if I go slowly, I can't see it, and I think it's because of the colors. Um, so I think it's just because you go from a brown to a light blue, and on the other side from a red to a blue. It doesn't bother me as much. Um, while there is that kind of strong shake at the end. But because of if I mean, if you look closely, and it's probably I don't think it's visible on the stream. Um, but kinda you can see like a bit of uh, a sliver of the previous image behind the current one on the big bump on the edges of that bill. And that's the only thing that I think is shaking me. So yeah, but nonetheless, this is really cool. No other thing to say on this. This is really nice. Um, really nice idea. And if you're just doing this because for the love of the game and how things are, this is really cool. Um, the on the loader, and then I'm gonna start scrolling, and then I'm gonna click on Riley's link, which I think is this, but make sure that I don't have anything else. Um, yes, cool. Um, the only thing that I could say that could improve on um, on the transition itself is your pool right here is a stable static single bar that just moves up. And I feel like if you had some like just a bit of a curve either down or up, like I'm pulling the curtain from the center and therefore the edges are lagging behind, like just a bit of a distortion shader during the transition, that could make it a lot more interesting. Just by having that motion and that kind of organic shape thing, either again up by I'm pulling from the center or uh, pulling from the edge, and therefore the bottom center is just kind of lagging behind. So that's a just a distortion shader that you can have. It is in a way similar to this kind of thing, right? As a concept. Um, maybe in reversed, I don't know. But like that's basically what I think would make that pull from curtain reveal animation a bit better than right now. That is very much just sliding up, and it's fine. But we are in the details, and we want all of the thing that makes sense and that looks better. So I feel like this could make it a bit more interesting. Um, nonetheless, nonetheless, very cool, very cool. That's a stat. Not so good, but very cool nonetheless. I don't know who that guy is, but yeah. Um, so the first variable that I said was obviously the blurred background top, like transition blur. That makes sense to me all the time. I like it. Um, these are fun if they work. Like obviously right now, that's, as you said, work in progress. That background thing, real nice. I know. I I get it. I I like it. But yeah, this is really nice. It brings in some personality um that is welcome. So that's a neat thing. The cards themselves are cute. My glasses are adding a bit more pink than what it is. Teki. Teki is the creator of Kyoto. Um, the only thing that I don't like here is the size of the content, but I'm guessing that this is currently the work in progress and therefore not necessarily the end goal. The reason why I don't like it is because you are doing a square container for rectangular shape, and you could simply have a rectangular shape with a rectangular shape, and that would be fine. Like even if you had like that much spacing at the top and bottom, it wouldn't really bother me. But like because you have like an uneven value, that is the only thing. And then this with the stacks are cool. I think this is a good idea. I'm going to go on Figma to get the latest version for sure. I think the stack are cool, but for the same reason as earlier, because of that kind of square format, you kind of lose the hierarchy of information between the two things because of the colors themselves. But yeah, the color palette is good. The footer is interesting. It's flatter than what I remember. That's an interesting thing. Um, and then yeah, no, this is good, and you have someone new in there. That's good. That is good. Um, I appreciate seeing that. Let me let me get the Figma file. Uh, did you did? I think I clicked on the first one that was like edited 2 days ago. I'm guessing this is probably like uh well, you're already there, so I can zoom in. I can just zoom in. Uh okay, we need to have a chat with something else because that's gonna help. This is cute as fuck. I like that. I like that a lot. I like the background thing. I have a bit of an I don't know. We're gonna talk about that in about a second. Uh, these are neat. The drop shadows are a bit strong. The image being bigger helps, but I still would make it rectangular. And then this stack is not as stacked as you currently have on the website. I see. Um, but yeah, that's cool. The the that uh, it's not as good as it used to be. And the main reason why it's not as good as it used to be is because you have too much of a shadow at the top and not enough on the text. So if I take that and I go into nons on a black background, this is going to be very bad, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. Um, right here, if I wanted to get the transition that I kind of want to have here to make sense, I would get that linear gradient and I would basically add it to the fill of the text if that's an option. And if that's not an option, I would add it as an overlay on top of the whole content. So basically getting here and dropping a rectangle that is basically always going to be visible nonetheless. It doesn't really matter. And then have that feel on it, and that thing be somewhere along the line of an overlay, or probably in that situation a multiply, because that gives you a darker thing at the top and a highlight at the bottom. Obviously, in order to make this work, I would probably go stronger, like pure black at the top and pure black in here, and then pure white at the bottom, just so that it has like the contrast in question. And then multiply is not the thing that we want to have, but we basically want to have like a soft light thing so that you see the light impact also the text. So right now it looks like the text is part of that fold. Whereas when you don't have that element on top, it kind of it floats above. So if I am creating like a my usual thing, a cut off that view, you have your element that is, I'm gonna accentuate it. You have your element that looks like this, kind of like that's the that's your fold. And at the moment, your text is here. So it floats above, and there is a bit of a disconnect with what the user is expecting, because the background has that fold, which is pretty cool, but the text is just like right above, because the color of the text here and the color of the text here is exactly the same. So what you kind of want to do is imply, oh yeah, the text is, it floats above, but it's also folded in the same manner, so that you get the bottom one that is highlighted and the top one that is a bit darker than the rest, so that it gets that included feel to it. But yeah, that's just again, details. Don't worry too much about it. These are small details. Oh, nice transition. Sorry, I didn't see that. And then I'm gonna go back on Figma for the things. This is really cool. I love that. I looked at it in the previous version of the of your hero section, um, and I liked it already. So it's a bit of a wrong thing to say. Um, this one is a bit more boring than the first one, but it's cool nonetheless. I I love the transition here. I love this. I don't know what it is, you know? Like I have no clue. But the composition here with just a slim frame for the presentation of a UI element that you want to highlight, or a link in between what Plan has done and the email section, whatever. For some reason it works, and there is no need for more complex thing compared to coding for designers right here, where you end up here. I feel like this is more of an older thing. If you could create like a banner style thing for coding for designers as well, it would be great. But that's just a detail. The other thing that I've noticed while scrolling here, obviously take that with all into consideration. I am currently running this through my Mac that is struggling to stream and look at the GPU heavy things at the same time. Xcode is running and Cursor is running as well, so that's shit that is not good. So me having some issues with the animation reveal for the images here, and like a bit of lags when I'm trying to scroll through. This is not necessarily something that comes from you. It might just be something that comes from me, and that's a good thing. But if that's not the case, then take a look at it and see if you can have some performance enhancements for anything that goes with it. It might also be the amount of blur that you have, the amount of shadows that you have in place on that whole thing, that is impacting the performance, and therefore just simplifying that could help. Like maybe on scroll, you reduce the blur, Maybe on scroll you reduce the shadows, and then if the user scrolls slowly, then there is no change. But if the user starts scrolling a bit faster, there is a bit of a detection that reduce blur effect, reduce shadows effect, so that it doesn't glitch the same way. Nonetheless, that transition in between pages is really cool. Back to Figma. Where's Figma? Figma is there, right there. That footer is really cool. I like that. I like that a lot. I don't know about this section now that I've seen the rest. I feel like this is cool, but this might be cool because of the colorfulness of it and the variety that is in there. Whereas here for now, it's just the same image every time. So therefore, that might be the reason why I'm like, I don't know. So it depends on what you want to put in here. But yeah, these things are was as references. That is fun as well. Make sure that you have the rights to use that as always. And now we need to chat about the rest of the thing that I said we need to chat about. So uh let me bring that here and bring Figma back. There has been this thing for the past few days, months. A lot of people have been integrating these mats, these cutting mats, in their website and in the background of their website, specifically in the hero section. This one is one that is animated, and there is a lot of physical things in there, so it's a bit of a different thing. But Matt, the app itself is also something that has been popping off, and a lot of people have been using it. I think I have another one, um, but like we have this one, which is very much similar in the idea and concept of having like a cutting mat in the background. And the one that I have in mind is probably the one that I'm not going to find because I'm talking about it. So that's the usual thing. Um, and I'm not saying that as a like it's a bad thing. I'm saying just it is. Um, like it currently for me is a common thing, and therefore it might just put you in a box of, oh yeah, that's just a designer that is following the trends. And I don't want that because I know that's not you. So yeah, that's the that's the main point. I'm still looking for the one that I have in my head, which I think is either this one or Matt, the fucking widget thing. But they are basically the same content, so it doesn't really matter. Like that's the same idea. You have the cutting mat in the background, and you can play with it. This one is really fun because you can play with it. Um, but yeah, nonetheless, the link in question has been deleted multiple times, and it is annoying. Uh, but it is fun. It is fun content. So that's the first thing that I'm seeing from an external point of view of like, oh yeah, it's another mat, and therefore I might discard you as a okay, cool, it's another mat. Um, but in the thing in question, see another mat right there. So I'm like, I've seen that so much. Then again, remember, I am talking, so I am seeing everything, all seeing a. I see so much that I am seeing things and saying, well, this is something that I've seen before. Yes, most people probably have not seen it. And I do think that your implementation here with the color scheme, the different grid, and the setup that you have in the entire thing is a lot better than everyone else's implementation right now because they are all just doing the green mat and that's it. It's just like we have a great cutting mat and people recognize the green cutting mat and therefore we are going to put a green cutting mat and that's it. And you've done something that is a bit more interesting and more fun and better, like more creative by recreating that grid and that math thing where it is where you have been doing the work, and therefore that's interesting. That's point number one. The point number two, which again, both of these are really positive points. Um, we have things, and I'm just gonna go through his account. This is this give your current logo is giving me the same vibes, and this is not a bad thing. Madly, work on it. And this is a testimonials. This is a client feedback uh view. So basically in there is like the feedback from the clients that is composed within the composition that they have for their branding and so on. This is amazing content. They have been doing a ton of other things. We have been showcasing some of their other work in the past, like this one, which is really cool. I don't know if we have like the others, but I know I saved it. But they've been doing like a lot of very, very cool thing. And I feel like you have a similar vibe on your logo right now, and specifically on your footer right now, you have a bit of a similar vibe. And this is really cool. So I like that. I love that. I think it's a very nice thing from you to create. They are doing like very good work, and the presentation is really good. The other one that I have in mind, which is also saved somewhere, and we talked about it. I think I showcased it last month. Is obviously I'm talking about it. Um, it's the one where they have created the textured version, which I think would fit your website as well, 100%. I feel like I'm too far away, but I may be wrong. I hope I am. Look at me not finding the thing that I'm looking for. God damn it. Every time. Every single time. Um, I also didn't find it on their account, which is what pisses me off the most, because it should be there. Like I should have found it almost instantly. But no, but it's basically shit like this. Same ID. Why is it not right there? So I'm sure I passed it. I am almost certain I passed it and I just didn't notice it. It's probably somewhere else compared to my usual behavior placement. And I have lost it. Is it further down? I doubt it. We are kind of down already on that list, but now that I'm like that far down, I'm gonna go to the bottom and then come back up because it makes sense. I need to find the thing. This is kind of the same vibe. We talked about that before, like before when we saw it the first time. So, God damn it. See, cutting mad again. Cutting mad again. Um, yeah, it's somewhere else. The thing is, it's supposed to be like right in front of my face. Like these makes no sense to me. That's not the one that I'm looking for. Oh, that's fucking, it's in front of me. That that thing. I feel like this is something that you could pull off based on the font that you have. Um and the ID that you have in there. So maybe take a look at this. This is most likely done with Midjourney, based on other thing that I know from that creator in question. Like I'm guessing that this is also some sort of a mid-journey generation here and there for some things. So if you have access to it, do that. If you don't do that. But yeah, it's the same thing um, as this one, which is very much similar. It's the same. It's SRC. It's right there in front of me. God damn it! It's the same thing as this, where that person has been creating a ton of logo variations. So, for example, this one is a logo variation for that brand and these brands that they have created. And this is, I think this is Midjourney or this is ChatGPT image gen. I forgot. But yeah, they've been doing a ton of generation like this for their clients and all the logo that they have been building. And if we go far enough, um, like doing shit like this is the same idea. So yeah, that's the, to me at least, that's the type of thing that I would potentially see as a potential for you. Um, Similar here with the kind of realistic but not realistic thing. I need to zoom in more. Basically, you can see that the pen and the wood and the paper are not realistic whatsoever, but just there is a vibe of realism in it because of the composition and how the blur happens and so on. But it's not a picture. It's not meant to look like a picture, but your brain is still like recognizing it as a picture somehow, but it's a stylized picture. So it is interesting. And that for reference is always a good thing. The other one that I had was these, which is a real picture in, I don't know if this is in Japan or if it is in Korea because of the writing on both sides. Like this is Japanese, but this is Korean. But that's the same vibe. Like it's just if you can create, visually speaking, something that looks like it's from the real world, it could be interesting. And the stone like emblem that they have here is really, really cool. And I feel like you could have something similar. Not saying like, you know, do a stone mark with just the D, but why not? But you know, this creator specifically is going to have a lot of inspiration for you if you haven't followed them already, which I think you do. But if you don't, um, just just do that and check them out and see if that works for you. Um, but it could be something that you have in the grand scheme of things around here, um, to get like kind of vibey here and there. Um, and that footer is cool. It changes a lot compared to what you currently have, which is interesting. The logo is nice. I guess now with that logo, the icons don't necessarily fit because they might be a bit too clean for what you have here, which is a bit of a distressed thing. I don't think you're gonna make it, Phils. I'm sorry. That's so sad. I just I'm just seeing you dropping at 1 meter per second. Uh, not per second, but like, yeah, very slow. Yeah, well, I'm probably not making it either. Um, yeah, I feel like I love that corner. I've been dropping in that corner since, well, 3 days ago. Yeah, there's probably something in there that I need to figure out what is in there. That's yeah. Total, welcome in. How are you? So yeah, other than that, this is really cool. I'm guessing you are planning this to be glass to an extent, or not. I don't know. But based on the look, I have a feeling that you are planning. Uh, glass here, and yes, you can. There is, can I find it? There has been glass on the web that popped off a month and a half ago. That will be very useful for you. I know we have it somewhere. Tech support, we're calling. How are you? Um, how have you been, by the way? It's been a while. Yeah, I've been using it a lot, but not as so. I have just created like a space once when it was free, and then I created an automation, and now I have an automation that runs every day at midnight that go fetch my likes and then gives me a Tinder experience where I just check if I want to keep that like to review on stream or not. And so everything that I have on Twitter that is liked that contains like a media is going to come in here, and now I can just review things. But I'm currently at 1,300 and something, and therefore it is starting to be very hard to figure out what I have in there. So I need to extract and export everything that I have here and give that to Jan and his keeper project so that I can sort things out, but I'm lazy. So yeah, that might be it. That might be it. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the one that I had in mind. It's not necessarily like the exact thing, but it is like an option for you to get like a glass looking thing uh, on the web. Again, based on your, so then you click on that link, use that. Uh, based on your existing lags, that's the important thing. Um, on probably the amount of blurs, probably the amount of images and shadows that are not like baked inside of the image so that you have some effects and so on. Adding glass may become a bit complicated and may become a bit like harder to manage. But it is feasible, and we'll see. We'll see that. I remember this. I remember this. I clicked too fast. I clicked too fast. I should have waited. Uh, that might be the one that I saw. But yeah, it's uh it's a simple format as well. So yeah, copy that one as well. The other one is from Jay, as always, and he's been doing a lot of good things for glass, but there is like glass on the web that have been popping off that is more interesting. The other thing that I guess it's right there in front of my face. Um, so yeah, this one is like the liquid glass on the web thing that I had in mind. Just coming from other people, it's the same thing nonetheless. So yeah, you can test it out and play with it. But there is like so many new things that have been happening that are really cool. Um, and most importantly, I guess in the new realm of tech for the web, there is HTML in Canva, which is a common thing, where basically you have a single Canva rendering, and then you have your interactive HTML within it, so that users can click on things and play with whatever, but you have a Canva, meaning that you can create whatever the fuck you want, because the Canva allow you to get a lot more creative and a lot more graphic than regular HTML page. So by going with HTML and Canva, you may end up with things that are like a lot more impressive and a lot less heavy and GPU intensive, because they are rendered in Canva, which is a bit of a different system than just rendered in HTML. but that's also somehow an accessibility issue at times. If you don't set it up properly, you will end up with things that are not necessarily accessible. So it's a bit of a trade-off, but both are cool. This is now just in front of me, and therefore I'm thinking about it as a reference for you. These things are potentially interesting as well, and getting some Cairo content in your feed and in your inspiration boards is a good thing. They have like so much shit. And if you've been a designer as long as me, this is the type of shit that we used to do in 2009 in Photoshop, by adding like thing that we used to call C4D, for Cinema 4D rendering of 3D within the banners and other things, and it was like all the craze, but like this person is doing a very good job at keeping that. So that is potentially a bit of an inspiration for you. But yeah, like that is really the DeviantArt era. Yes, 100%. But instead of having like flat vector things in the background, we would have an exploding C4D 3D shape with spikes and shit. Uh, but yeah, for inspiration, still good. We like it. Um, but yeah, other than that, website is cool. Loader is really cool. Animation on the Denny is really cool. And going to what you currently have here, the can I do that? Um, the website itself is really nice. I don't know if you want to. I'm guessing this is like the progressive blur thing that you want to keep. Probably. I don't know. um, the background effect are really cool, and your transitions are nice. Other than what I said on this thing for the text to feel like it's part of. Um, yeah. You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe you can do that a bit easier than what I did the first time. Let me see if I can do that faster, easier than what I've done. Earlier, what I've done was add a mask on top, but what if we just make this, yeah, like a collarbone with a different intensity? That could that could work. There might be a thing with luminosity that make it make sense because it blends in with the background a bit, just a smidge. Um, but it's not there yet. But you might have, you might have like a like colorburn and plus darker. Colorburn is the best representation, but like you need 60,000 version of it to or burn on top of each other. But that's basically what you want to have. You want to have the top version to be darker than the bottom version. That's about it. Right now, this is not a readable thing. Overlay should have worked, but also it's just like not doing the job that it's supposed to be doing right there. So yeah. Um, yeah, that could work. The other thing that I'm seeing here, which is also a different system, is that you have a blue-based color currently for the text, which might be also the issue that I have. So, like your background here is getting a color that is red-based as a starting point, it's 2040 46. And so here, if we get this color right there to be 20 instead of 216, then it blends in with the background a lot better than this one. It's my usual like red based black and blue based black that just don't match with each other. So just by having it with the sepia tone brown that you have compared to the blue gray, then it just blends in and therefore it kind of works. Um, but yeah, that's that's the thing. You could also make it like 90% of opacity so that this is going to be lighter because the background is lighter, and then this is going to be darker because the background is darker. Uh, so that's a simple thing. But nonetheless, that's just potentially just playing on the text instead of playing on an overlay on top. Could help, could make it better. Nonetheless, great job. I'm happy to see the progress as always. I see this. I see this as the first ID. Um, that makes sense. Did you find a font for this, or did you make it yourself? It's like you probably like vectorized something and then made it yourself in a way. Um, there is a ton of fonts that are like kind of similar. The one that we had for Yorker in the first place is not identical at all. But in the experimentation for the logo that we've done on page one, um, like these fonts, for example, could be references for you. I know that like these ones are free fonts as well that you could take. These ones are pixelated, so obviously it's a bit of a different vibe, but there is a ton of options that you have for things like this. And then again, with the same resource as usual, bfont is for now still available. So, you know, also, why is my ad blocker not ad blocking? What is happening? Is Chrome just yeah. Fuck off, Chrome. Fuck off, maybe. I don't know. Anyways, bfont is interesting because it contains a ton of fonts that are currently available in demo format. So if you are looking for whatever, oh my god, get an ad blocker before you use this fucking website. Holy shit. It's the first time that I'm using it without an ad blocker. I'm so sad. Holy shit, yeah, get one, please, please. Don't use it otherwise. Holy hell. You have the demo version, so you can download it and you can use it for personal projects, and therefore your portfolio is kind of included in personal projects to an extent. But then if you really like it and you want to use it for a client and so on, you can go into the official link of the official font and buy it if you want to. So that is one of the reasons why I like bfont, and also I liked it a lot because I had an ad blocker on, and now I just don't. Oh my god. This is wild. I am blown away by the amount of ads that I didn't see the first few times that I've been here. So I'm happy that I didn't use that before. But yeah, B font is great for that reason specifically. It's just like it contains the demo fonts, and that is a good thing. The other stuff is if you find a foundry, type foundry and so on, that you like a lot, they may have um, a test pack that you can download and then it contains everything. Like if you go into what I have right about here, for example, and I go into the install by me, all of the Font Spring demo, for example, right there, I'll just demo version of the Font Spring font, and um, and I just have them, and I can play with them, and I can figure out like which one works. And for Stony, for example, we figured that this one was really good, and it works well with the Noms brand logo lettering thing. Depending on where we go, I may have to either find a font that is an alternative to this because we are not willing to pay 200 bucks for that font specifically. But now that we have a base, going into the what the font plugin and then figuring out or finding another alternative to this is easier than just not having anything. So that's a good thing. And this is from FontSpring and therefore it works. So yeah. um, Nonetheless, regarding this one, uh, Riley, to go back to your message, you said, I have a question. What's your opinion on this website? Um, and then you didn't build it is the right answer. So I think the loading is really fun. What it gives me is there's no way this is not an animator website. Like like if you serve me this and you don't do animation, I don't know, maybe fuck off. Like it's you are giving me hopes that you're a good animator. So yeah, um, so that makes sense. The scroll being like basically everything is animating is crazy, but it is fun and it makes sense again for what it is and what is in there. I love this fucking button. Oh my god. Sorry, this is the thing that I wanted to do on Sony's website slash on Nom's buttons. This is the type of shit that I love. So for sure. But if like if I click on that, I can't click on that. If I be honest on what I think about the website itself, there are a lot of things that are not like optimized for conversion slash watching, and it shows because you have like so much wait time in between your scrolls. Like I just do like 2 clicks and then it 12 seconds before I reach the section that I'm supposed to see. So that is a lot of time, and therefore it's not like optimized, but it is really fun and it makes sense. And for an animator and someone that wants to showcase like what they've been creating and what is available and so on, like all of that makes so much more sense. So I love the website for what it is, and like for that use case and for that specific type of person, it makes so much more sense. For a regular person, this is not something that I would recommend. But they are really cool. I think we had seen something similar in the past. I think I have one that is like saved, which now it will have moved again based on past experience. Um, this one is similar, but that's not the one that I have in mind. But it reminds me of another animation thing that we have seen that is similar. Also, to answer your question, then yes, 100% can take a look at the comic stabs. When you say comic stabs, do you mean comic stabs on your file? Like that is a similar thing in my eyes as the intro specifically. This is a reel, but like the intro itself is kind of similar because it has the logo and the character, and so um, yeah, that's that's a thing. Nonetheless, it's fun content. We like it. That's a lot of 3D. That was a lot of 3D. Yeah, that's a lot of boring web thing. A lot of parallax. I don't like this, but that's fine. Um, I don't like it because it's just like you could do a better implementation for something like this, um, to make it like a book itself is the easiest thing. And specifically now, we have so many people that have created basically the same concept, of getting like a book that has pages that can close and open, and you do have the options. So, nah. Um, there is another one that I have in mind right now. Obviously, I'm talking about it, so I'm not gonna find it. Yeah, exactly. Anyways, um, it's a thing that I built, kinda, not really. Zo Computer is a weird thing. I don't even know if I can access that without being logged in. Yeah. So officially speaking, when they started, and it pissed me off because of what it is, but nonetheless, basically, it's the idea of having a computer in the cloud that can run 24/7, kind of, not really, not in the free tier, and then run shit on. And it was built with the AI builder in mind. So you basically have the ability to just create thing through their AI agents and then run that because it's like your own computer, kind of. The thing that is kind of weird is that with time, they created an app that can live on your computer so that you have access to your file from your cloud computer on your not cloud computer, and you can run your AI model on your computer based on your cloud computer. So at this point, what's the fucking point? But nonetheless, it's a very cool system where you can have and create things. And what I have done is I've created what they call space, where I've done that when it was still in their free tier slash launch stuff. And then they fucked me over, as always, because they were using like some very good models for free, and now they have reduced to not so good model. They're still pretty good, but like not so good models. Um, Nonetheless, you get like a space or thing that you can build stuff in. And what I have done is because I like so much stuff on Twitter specifically, let me prove that to you. Um, Basically, I started doing this where the Zoho computer is going through my Twitter likes at the end of the day and then returns on the next day with everything that is a like from Twitter that contains an image or a media, like a video and whatever. And then it gives me a Tinder style like don't like, so I can save that. In the beginning, the ID for this, or the product behind it, the concept that I had, was creating a newsletter things. Have a good work time. Um, Creating a newsletter things based on what I like, because I like so much shit, and I'm like, it would be interesting for anyone that is interested in like design content and inspiration, and have some explanation of why I like this thing and why is it good, why is it not good. And so I did this where in the beginning I could write the reasoning behind the thing, and now for some reason it doesn't work anymore. Like the space is broken in a way. The reason don't save anymore, and therefore past like, yeah, this one was the last one. Everything up of that, which is mostly everything, just doesn't have a reason for save. And even if I get in and I save it here, it doesn't save. So I don't know what happened, but that's a me thing in the code in question. Nonetheless. So this is the past 7,000 likes um, that I have liked on Twitter. And that means that there is 100,000 likes that I haven't uh, saved through this, which is kind of sad. I wish I could. What if I get it right there? Yeah, basically that's the count. I'm getting this on a daily basis, where um like so far I have saved 7,000 entries, and I have sub saved 1,000 entries. So that is what it is. And then from there, the only thing that I have to do is just save things, not save thing. But I'm still like, maybe I saved things and I saved them so that we can talk about it on stream. But then, like this one, for example, it turned out to be like a bit of a scam thingy, and therefore was it necessary? I don't know. So you know, like it's a weird thing. But yeah, no, the pricing makes no sense. And the thing that pisses me off with Zoho is that when I started, I had access to good models, as in the DeepSeek models that were pretty nice at the time, and some of the Kimi models as well, which were really good. And then the computer was running on a, I don't know, 5 hour timeline. So if you start it, you have 5 hours of it that is just running, and then they reduce that, and then they reduce that, and like right now, if I restart or refresh this page, it's gonna restart the computer because it's currently sleeping, even though I've been on it, but just on it loaded locally. So that's it's just, it doesn't make any fucking sense. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know. And the only reason why I didn't replicate this is because this has an automation that has uh, basically a valid API from Twitter that I don't have. Like I can't pay the $100 a month that Twitter is requesting from me, just from me to get access to my likes. Like that's not that is not a thing that I can do. So I need something else that has the Twitter API paid, and therefore it's this thing. So it's just running basically a scraper on my own account as myself, and it works. So yeah. but yeah, it could be replicated. A lot of people have been trying to create similar things. In the past few months, there has been things like graphene. Graphene? Is it? No, it's not graphene. It's Gather. Um, Gather OS, which is like similar shit, but it only works for bookmarks for everything and your like your Twitter bookmarks. And I don't bookmark shit, or at least I didn't, and then I kind of started because I had to. Uh, but yeah, it's a lot of people are creating like very much similar things, and GatherOS I don't recommend it because it's a copy of something that is free and that is from a real builder, and GatherOS is from someone else that we don't really support that much. There has been another one that I can't really show you the threads because of ass, as always. This is always the reason, and also because the fucking platform is so trash, so trash. I can't. Um, that's not the one. That's not the one. Yeah, it's on threads, but I can't load my own likes. It's just like, oh my God. Like the saved things, the thing that I actually have saved, if I go at the bottom, which technically you can see that there is no ass in there, uh, but if I reach the bottom, it just like it doesn't work. This one is kind of similar in a way. It was interesting, and then I asked them if they could explain how the fuck they got access to their likes and so on, and they didn't reply. So yeah, Stony, hi, what morning? How are you? What's the big one? Um, so it was an interesting thing. Yes, 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 it was. Um, it's just in there is like a ton of things that don't really make sense. This one looked really good, and the issue that I have with that person specifically is that they arrived on Threads and they said, "Oh, I made these things. It's really good." Um, and then they disappeared. They have no other post about anything. I don't. I it's they it pisses me off. Just this post from January is the last one that they have posted, and yeah, that's it. Nothing else. So it is not good from my point of view for their things. Also, study congrats on 325. That is crazy. Congrats on that. That is impressive. That is yeah. God damn. But I do need that fucking app. Like there is it it looks like a very cool thing. I'm sure they have done some things about it. I haven't found um anything. Like they haven't talked about it more. They don't really have any other like presence on the web. And I don't know, Kate, what on it? Oh, oh my God, sorry, that was so close again. I just I just saw you slide in and then not make it. Feels I don't think you're gonna make it either. Yeah, but there is no other things. Like even on Twitter, there is no, as far as I know, there is no more content about that app specifically. Uh, like it's just they hinted about it, and then it's just like they vanished, and that's so sad because they have been receiving like a ton of replies and things, and it's just like give it to us. I don't know. Stony, are you gonna break the curse? Maybe Stony's gonna break the curse. I don't know. I don't think so though. Yeah, that's not an option. Um, so yeah, but I would love to get access to this. So that's what it is, and it's just I like so much shit. I needed a way to organize it, and then since then I have like 1,000 something, 1,318 so far that is saved, and it's starting to be too much. So that's why I kind of need what Yan Long, that is on chat in chat from time to time, has built, which is Heaper, which is an organization platform things, and you know, it's it would be great. I'm waiting for some implementations to be implemented, obviously, so that I have things that I can put in place. I have requested a full export of my Twitter content, and therefore I get like the 100,000 likes in a JSON format. So I would be able to get it in and then extract shit and do things with it, because Jan is creating some LLM integration things, which I do think is going to be useful for me to pass 100,000 fucking thing, and it's a self-hosted system, so that would be very, very useful. But yeah, and also it's a community based, so obviously we like it and we support the people that are building things. So yeah, um, you said I like the receipt thing. Oh, the recipe things. Yeah, that's what. Not receipt, recipe. The person in question has created something earlier, which is, I don't know if it's like good or not good. They have done a pretty good video presentation of what it is, and yeah. If you don't know, if you haven't been on the internet for the past few days, um, this is the most dev slash ADHD brain recipe thing, where you just have to go in time and actions, and you basically go in diagonals. So in the first step, what you need to do is you need to put the cream and the sugar together, and then you need to beat them in with the eggs, and that makes sense. Once you've done that, you can move on to the banana that you need to mash, and you need to, once they are mashed, you need to stir together with the thing that you have created here, and then you add, once this is done, you add the three last ingredients, and then you whisk that together. Cool. When all of that is combined and done, then you whisk it, you fold it in, and then you bake it, and you got your banana bread. And it's just like I don't have to like get the life story of the creator and the writer of the recipe, and it just works, and I like it. I think it's fun. I think it's fun. Um, but yeah, um, that's a good thing. Um, anyways, um, so yeah, it looks interesting. It looked fun. It seems to be good. So yeah, um, that is where we are. Um, yeah, same. Yeah, same thing. That would work if I have like something else, but we'll see about that. We'll see about that. These aren't. Um, it's a fair point. That is a fair point. Stony, for you, also, I had things for other people. Like, Stony, for you, this popped in earlier today, and this is a VTuber streamer tools things, so we can use that as a reference for some other things. Why do I send you the fucking link to the tweet and not the link to the tool? Um, my bad. So in there, there are things that are interesting, and the potential that we have of some of the tools that you have in NumbersBot could be integrated, could be similar, could be a collaboration. So that's a potential option. So I saw that earlier today or yesterday. I thought it would be pretty interesting. Um, and then for the people that are building LLM based UIs, this video is pretty useful to explain to an LLM what is currently happening in the transition that you want to have for things. Obviously, there is a lot more details in there, um, but it is like the vocabulary that you would kind of need to know in order to ask your LLM to do the animation properly. So this is the type of thing that as a designer, I know, but for you, as a non-designer, potentially, you might not. And even if you are like not a senior designer, you might not know these. So useful, as always, useful. Jakob is also one that has created a lot of content and helping content that is good for like helping other non-dev or non-designer build things because wording is complicated and yeah, that's a good thing. That is a good thing. And then lastly, this is something that we needed to talk about last time, but we didn't. I've been seeing a ton of people have the ability to build shit and just build very minimal version of existing app and games and things and getting a lot of likes and or money out of it simply because they have a video that presented. And I'm not saying that this is bad. I think that this is a good rendering of the games and or the things in question. But it is like a time where, you know, you can build whatever the fuck you want if you have an ID and you have the time and a bit of money, but not too much. You can build the things. And it doesn't necessarily require you to be like an extremely good designer. You can go into minimalism for most of these things and potentially make banks if you're into that. So yeah. Other than that, the rest is very much the same thing. We have other AI generated images that are like very impressive. From Alex again. Alex is using Midjourney for most of the things, and I'm pretty impressed with most of the creations that they have been able to do. The only thing that I don't know is that I don't know how you would ask an LLM to create an image like this. And I feel like you may need to have some sort of a photographer background, a photographer eye in a way to be able to just explain what the composition needs to be and how things are supposed to be looking and so on. But I don't know, there's this one that I saved and then there's these ones that are like kind of the latest one from yesterday. They are really impressive. Again, there is probably like banks of pictures that have been used for that for referencing and training, which is not necessarily good, but still the realism, the body proportions is pretty good. There are some things here and there that I'm like, eh. Um, yeah, that's true. There was this other account on here that was basically having like a lot of the SRAF displayed on everything. So that might just be it. But yeah, no, I mean, they are still, um, yeah, that's also, that's also true. That is also true. But yeah, nonetheless. I guess today the keyboard is not complying. Other than that, that's basically all I have. I just discovered this. It's always really fun for me to see that the news about France, I'm getting that from uh not the news from the French. And this is impressively wild. From late May to late July. So there is June in the middle. All right. But this is satellite imaging of France between May and July. And that is such a wild dryness. And therefore, I understand why half the country in the south is on fire. Which again, I didn't know. I learned that my country was on fire from the Japanese news that I saw on TikTok, to give you a bit of an idea. So, yeah, it's it is wild. And then obviously it's like they are showing England as well. There was a bit more cloud over England, like always. But yeah, this is a wild dryness. Um and yeah, it's it's crazy. I don't think you are that green though. I'm not gonna I mean you are green, but goddamn. Still, it doesn't change in the fact that that thing right there is still green, like that portion of Spain and France, like I mean, the mountains, is still green. But yeah, that's kind of crazy. I Yeah, this is wild. This is wild. Kane, every, I mean, yes, but no, I don't know. Give me some details. It depends on what you're talking about in Otaku, but yeah. This is something that I talked about before, and Quiver is one of the apps that I just love for one simple reason, which is that drawing animation. That's it. That's the only reason why I like it. That no no other reasons. But Quiver AI, when the AI is currently working on drawing an illustration in vector, it's fun to see. It is fun to see. That's it. And then that was kind of for Denny, but Denny went to work, so I can't. I can't show. Have I released the thing yet? No. No, I haven't. No, I haven't. Uh, I'm waiting for the lemon squeezy thing to be set up. That's all I'm missing. Apparently not. Also, you basically destroyed the entirety of my one branch system. Like just work on main and do things on main, and then you just create 36 fucking branches. And on top of that, you have rules that force me to make branches every time that I want to change something. God dang. Appreciate it though. But yeah, no, that's and that's basically what happens. Yeah, that is basically what happens. Um, that thing just got like 28 closed and issues. I think the only thing that I have is this one, which is supposed to have been closed, obviously, but like not really, but we don't care. Um, and yeah, no, so far it's good. The latest version is fine. The PR number 40 got through. Yeah, Romo, come on in. How are you? You'd be happy to learn that this is almost done. I know I said that 16 months ago, but I mean, for you specifically, I think you could potentially get access to it because you are one of the few that have access to the license key. Um, so yeah. Um, no, it's not that. It's that on the 34 people, I think, that have decided to buy the project. Thank you, by the way, I appreciate it. Only 9 of you have a license key. The 25 others don't. And I'm waiting for Lemon Squeezy to potentially reply to the email to see if they can backfill. They haven't replied yet, which is why I said last time, Stoney, that I couldn't. I don't know. I'm waiting. So I may have said that Lemon Squeezy has said no, but they just haven't replied yet. So we'll see if that happens. But basically, I just sent them an email some weeks ago that says we have this thing that has been bought by like X amount of people. I turned on the license option too late, so only 9 of them have a license key and the other 25s don't. Is there a thing in your backend that can generate like license keys and backfill them? And I haven't heard back from them, so I'm waiting to see if that is happening. But for the people that do have a license key, technically you are supposed to be able to get access to it as soon as I publish the thing to NPM, which I have registered the mom with 4 O's, the mom with 3 O's, the mom with 1 O but dash UI instead, so that I'm kind of covering my ass just in case, because someone has mom with 2 O's already, and that's so sad. I would have loved to just get like 2 O's, but yeah, no. So yeah, um, but it would probably at some point be good. Um, but it might work. That that might work. You need to go into your my orders things. If you want the link to that, you have access to the link right there. So if you go into the, I think it's in the give me money thing. Yeah. You click on that link right there. And god damn, this thing is from 2023 and the price was bumped to 69. This is cool. But yeah, you just click on that you get access to your lemon squeezy things officially, and with your email and whatever. And then you get like the list of all the things that you have, and in there you will see your license key for the project in question. Gasface, good morning. How are you? How's the morning going? But yeah, other than that, that's it. What did Daddy send me? Um, I mean, the issues that you have flagged have been fixed as far as I know. And I mean, if you want to continue helping with that, Stony, I would love to. I mean, I'm not against it. It helps a lot, so I appreciate it. Um, but I think what needs to happen now is just releasing. Um, it's just making sure it is uploaded into the NPM org, and I don't think you can do that because uh, that's only logged into my account. So that's a me thing. I think I don't know. Uh, uh, but yeah, there's also another thing that is kind of not good, but I don't know exactly how to fix that. Um, but we'll see. We'll see. Like the current state of things is supposed to be only creating the Mom Pro, like the paid version, so that only people that have access to the license key can get access to it. And then in the future, there would be a Mom Free so that it would work. So that's potentially the only thing. Uh, but yeah, yeah, that seems like a thing that I need to do. Potentially also get some secret things within GitHub to get like the GitHub Actions to do the updates. Um, but yeah, I think that's the last step of publishing, and then it would work, and then it would work, and then it would be released, and everyone will be happy, and I will be able to finally redesign the entire thing. So the goal for me is once we have version 1, I want to fully redesign the CSS part and provide like a themable option so that it just works with, oh yeah, I like the initial mom design, or I like the cyber mom design, or I like the other option, and everything in there is still good. So that's the plan. Obviously, I am that's the wrong thing. I am uh, biased and inspired by this because this is a lot more complex. But I basically want to achieve something that allows you, as the user, the buyer, to define what style you want, so that instead of doing what I'm currently doing for Stony of recreating components that would be more suited for the NOMS project, we could just use the MOM UI kit classes with the theme that is more appropriate for the NOMS project. But that's the plan. And also that is why on the timeline that I showcased last week or on Wednesday, I am so not done yet because it implies just redesigning the entire thing more than once. Like, yeah, damn. Sorry, I just saw you graze the target, Dubsy, and just missed it. Um, Say that again, Stoney, in a way that makes sense to me. Definitely not taking your whole component set and totally not turning it into a server-driven component. What do you mean by that? That's interesting. Um, just like your job interviews. Yeah, same for me. Same for me. I, I mean, I think if you've been here long enough, you remember this story, which is very sad, but regarding job interviews, I had back when I came back from Japan, I had a job interview for a company that was like kind of far away from my home, but like an option for me working on aerospace um and lunar station things, like doing botanical experiments on the moon. Like that was their stuff. Tonto, you broke the cycle. God damn, I'm impressed. Congrats. I mean, first landing of the week. Um, and so that company was doing some botanical experiment on the moon. That was their main thing, but the initial thing was to get the the process and creating an app and a platform that would make sense for the botanical engineering from further away, but also like in other industries and so on. Nonetheless, I I get a call with them. It seems super cool. They love me. They want to do a second call. We do a second call. They love me. They want to see me in person. Um, it's great. They love me. And then the boss. So I had like basically 5 or 6 interviews shit going on. The boss wants to see me, and then she kind of had a bit of a tight schedule, so she decided to do that in video conference instead of on in person, which is fine by me. Less travel time, and then she said, "You seem too confident in your ability to do your job, and therefore we are not going to give you the job." Sorry, you want someone that is not confident in their ability to do the job? Oh my God. So yeah, that's a weird thing. Like, yeah, we want someone that is like not confident enough so that we can just have them be malleable and not pay them and God damn. It was fun, but like 6-ish interview process to then at the end got the boss tell me this, and then the new hire that just basically joined the company a week ago tell me that my resume is not really looking like a designer resume. The fuck do you know? First of all, but also like you don't have a say. You just joined the company yesterday. That makes no sense. So yeah. Um. Anywho, anywho. So Sturdy. You said because so you see in the app enormous also is data driven, the same for the card inside. It allows the server to dictate what gets rendered without sending HTML Kotlin to the client. You can take a look at the payload for the home page to see it's built up. I'm trying to figure out exactly how that works, but yeah. That that is so sad. That is so sad. I'd Yeah. I feel like job interviews should be like at the maximum 3, like uh, hiring fit, technical fit, offer or non-offer, but like that's it. You don't need more than that every time, and every time it's just like it doesn't happen like this. So yeah. Hmm. That's a that's a wild system. But yeah, I mean I get it. I get it. Like right now, for example, the bakery that I go on, weird parallel. Don't worry about it. The girl that is there is hiring like a or have been looking to hire a new person to help her in the shop, and they finally find someone that is really good or was really good, and then and now she's like in the probation period, so we'll know we'll see how it goes. But like we are finger crossed that everything is going well and that there is nothing that just unveil itself during the probation period because we need I mean she needs something else. I don't, but like yeah. Anyways. Um Stony, is it token based? As in locally the user has access to multiple I mean, I guess for the carousel, this doesn't make any sense. But like, I mean, doesn't it makes sense? But it doesn't. It's not working the same way for themes because if you have multiple themes, how would the server not send a payload to give me the different theme that I want to have? I don't think that's what I want to answer the question. Not really. Um, I feel like it would be a lot easier to just say you load that CSS sheet or that CSS sheet, and that's about it. But the thing is, in the current implementation, this is not necessarily a feasible thing, and I don't like this. Um, oh, I thought you were talking about this on the bomb icons for me for themes, as in providing theme ability through the server instead of anything else. Yeah, but the other thing that is kind of like not really good for me, at least I think, I don't know, is like I have CSS files that are defining for all of the components and stuff. So yeah, I don't know exactly how I'm gonna figure out how to get like a theme layer that is on top of that. Like there is a layer that needs a lot more work. So yeah, that's the thing. Well, your app is already using that by default because we built the system together when we were building your app in the first place. So now that you have access to the GitHub file, it makes sense. It makes total sense. Um, but yeah, like there basically needs to be a layer of like that's not the right direction. Uh, like if I'm here and I say if that works, that my button with current CSS is looking like this, but with a different CSS pattern, I'm gonna end up with I don't know this instead, like a friendly thing, and it gives me this, or I'm getting like a different style, and we are ending up with I don't know, maybe 16 on the corner radius, and we don't have the overlay there. Like the gradient is not gradiented, and we don't have the effects either, and there is no border around the buttons. is just like a flat button. Like these are three variations of the same thing that just are CSS changes, but I kind of need to have like a centralized system because they are all the same, except the corner radius in their styling, but their spacing is the same. So there is like a core, like a mom core UI system that I need to define to then be able to just figure some shit out. But yeah, that's an idea. I don't know. I don't know. But that's the end goal of the Mom UI kit, at least for me, to get like as much versatility as you need. Because right now, the reason why I don't want to use it here is because it wouldn't fit in my vision of what I see for the Noms bot and the branding that goes with it and how things are perceived from a user point of view and what they need to do on a mobile phone, on a tablet, on a desktop. Like they need to have access to very much bigger hit zone because they are streaming, they are doing other things most of the times, or they are watching like someone else's stream and they are modding for multiple channels at the same time. That is like easier hit target. It's basically just it is basically creating an app for kids. That's what is in my head. I want things to be the same as an iPad kid app thing, where everything is easy to hit. No questions on where things are. It's gonna be in front of your face, and it's gonna work. So yeah. Um, Noms is Stoney's new project, um, which is right there. And it is a way for mods, kinda, to manage multiple things. God damn, everyone is landing right now. Gas face, congrats. Feels yes, not today, apparently. I guess. I mean, I'm looking at it, but I guess not today. Yeah. God damn. Um, that is wild. Have a good rest of your day. Thanks a lot for being here. I appreciate it. Take care of yourself. Um, I'm probably not gonna make it either. I don't know. Oh no, I did make it. God damn. Have a good shower. Um, Nonetheless, it is an interesting thing. Um, it is it's an interesting project. Feels making two plugins for No Mercy, by the way, and one of them is very useful and just requires one of those external projects. Just build that shit in. I see that is good. That is good. And Roger saying, congrats on landing. Everyone's landing now. And Fields is just not landing. I'm sorry. But that's because you're taking a shower. That's it. That is it. But yeah, no, it is going to be pretty useful. There is a ton of things in there that I feel like design wise need to be managed. But yeah, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. But before that can happen, um, I guess there are some things to be done on the Bombs UI kit to publish it, make it available to everyone, and then once it is published and everyone has access to it, we can then go over the creation of the theme ability and the core system, which is again the most complex thing um, in my eyes. because yeah, like we have a ton of components. I guess that's what it is. Also, I don't like this Stony, by the way. The fact that it's now like a shit like this instead of my regular localhost 3000. God damn. God damn, I don't like this. um, Tonton, I don't think we can call that an MVP at this point. um, no, it's done now. um, I don't think I will be able to understand anything in there, Stony. That's the thing. Mm, mm. I see. Um, yeah, it's not necessarily the thing that makes the most sense for me because YAML is not a language I understand. Not that I understand any other language, but I have a harder time to read this. Um, but yeah, I mean, I'm guessing it's probably similar in a way, or it would be similar. The core section would be similar of uh, like there are some properties that would get role-based system, and therefore, like if you have spacing in between things, if you have font sizes, you could create some specific props, and then that component can take something based on its type, and each type can take some props, but all props are defined at a server level in a way. But then again, the main goal of the MOM UI kit is basically to have something that is CSS based and not framework bounded. So getting like a server rendering thing, I feel like this is not necessarily a good idea for me. But I mean, why not? Why not? But you know, it is almost done. All of the flashes are still just because of how Arc is not behaving and behaving, and then the MVP post rebrand, or not rebrand, but post rework on that section is almost done. I just need to make sure that the content here makes sense. Which, by the way, Stony, if you want to help on that, that is something that you can probably do because you have more knowledge than me. Um, uh, because, like, in there, it's mostly like what is necessary. That's mostly the thing. Like I don't know if everything in there makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense for a styling package. And I feel like there is redundancy in the system. like we currently have examples with the buttons and so on, but we already have example of everything here. So I don't know if it makes sense to get like examples underneath, examples with a loader, example with other things. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. To be checked. Which by the way, I had an idea. That is not working. Want to do that earlier. Can I do this though? Technically, if it goes, it's gonna go like this. If we can transition in between the two and have like when it's spinning fast, goes like this. When it's just spinning, goes like this. Um, don't worry about it. So yeah, I think that's the last thing that we need to do in there before it's like publishable, usable, and so on. But I don't know much. I don't know much. Just in case. Just a bit of a sanity check, you know. To make sure that everything is working. And we'll see. We'll see. Well, that is working. I'm gonna go drink something or take a drink. It already said several things are jumping out. God damn it. Uh, you have a bottle of champagne? Damn. Congrats. I have a small bottle of champagne as well. That's similar champagne things. Um, I see. But this was in the fridge. I get it. I get it. Oh. You want to set this up, but this requires manual local publish first. Yeah. Like do that.
She's already here.
Yeah. I guess there are some things in there that needs to be switched/fixed. in order for it to make sense. But yeah, the only thing that happens every time that someone talk about champagne, or the only story that comes back to my mind is the fact that in this flat when I moved in, most of the things from my dad were there, and that was like where my desk is used to be a cabinet that was like closed by doors and so on. And in said cabinets, there were boxes and boxes of champagnes bottles because I don't know, my dad just got a thing at some point. And so the workers that were here to demolish and remove everything found it. And I was like, well, keep it. It's fine. It's a bit of payment for you. And it was like good champagne, but just in the flat, not in like a cellar or anything. So it's been not necessarily in good condition for a long time. So you I see. That's an interesting system. Yeah. There you go, back there. You said what? You said mm. That's the same thing, no? I see. Yeah. That's a useful thing. Yeah. I need to be like a bit more in what is currently created, but I'm guessing it's the same thing as this in a way. Not exactly. It is exactly this. uh, I don't think this is something that I want to do. This is only on the stream. But yeah. Appreciate this thing though, every time. Hmm. Yeah, that's the going back to the discussion from Wednesday. This is also the thing where here I would need to have a call with you because I don't understand, which I think is the most important part. Because I can trust the LLM to do the things, but I also don't trust it. Because I can't really check against anything. Like the when I'm working on Perfume and other things, and I just want to see some changes, visual changes, and so on. It I can test. I can do stuff. So yeah. Release candidate before going 1.0. Oh, you mean as the first released thing? Yeah. I mean, right now it's just been stuck at 6.3K. Yeah, I don't know exactly where the release pipe is. I don't think I've done anything for that. But also, god dang. God damn. Um, so, Tonton, yes, 100%. I would never read it. uh, that's the issue with me. I've tried many times to just have like comments and things and get the LLM to be like a teacher and help me understand what is happening. And every time it's like, yes, but also, what's the point? So I really don't give a shit. Um, but it's mostly I need to understand, and the way that the LLM is explaining shit is not necessarily going to make sense in my head. Whereas when Stony is explaining shit, I usually have a good understanding afterwards. I don't, you know, it happens. Um, so yeah, yeah. Stony for the release numbers is the same thing as the iOS apps and other things for me. It's the like the code version, the code number in um in Android, for example. I can't reuse build or code version 83 because that's the latest one. So the next build basically takes 84 and so on. The build 84 can have the same app version, like that might be the same thing, but sometimes for release purposes, we just want to ensure that it is like 1.1.6 because it's like, oh yeah, there is something that came in. So I guess release versions, that's something that I understood, but yeah, that's a long ass link though. That's for later. This is taking a long time, way longer than expected. Also, the fact that it's still stuck at like 6.6, it means that it only has 300 tokens used. That's bad. Um, yeah, and that's why you're saying that in the release pipe, we should start at 0.0.1, which, if I'm not mistaken, um, is the case right now in terms of that. So, yeah, that overall is going to be the same thing. So basically, the next release, if there is another release, which I think I've done here, it's going to be 0.0.2, which is your release candidate thing that you're talking about, which means that the first rendering version that would work would be a clean thing that if I delete it, I can just open up and so on. And no, yeah, I have updated to Opus 5, I think. I mean, it is running through things. Why are you saying Opus 5 is just running through tokens and eating so much more tokens than Fable, but Fable is usage based and I don't have enough. So, yeah. I do think about it. Um, no, I said 4.6. I said 1.1.6 as a version things. Welcome back, Forbit. Don't be late today, though. I might. I mean, that's also a bit of a designer trait, I guess. I when I worked um with Soul and Terra and so on Cursor, it was fine, but it was mostly transactional in a way. I know it's a weird thing, but nonetheless, um, when I work with Claude in general, I have a bit of a more conversational things, which is burning a lot more tokens for sure. But it feels more natural for me in the way that my brain works to get the code out. But also, Soul was really good. I have like 3 updates that are made with Soul specifically, and yeah. So I might just switch. I just don't want and I can't have both subscription. So I need to either get rid of one or keep the one that I currently have. And um, that's the yeah. It's yeah. Opus 5 is also like as I mentioned, it's very token hungry and it's doing a ton of things in the background that you don't see. Like the reasoning is far greater than Sonnet 5, but Sonnet 5 is not as good, and Fable is cleaner because it's closer to Sonnet as its behavior with the reasoning uh, of Opus in a way. So yeah, I I don't know. I wouldn't say that I don't like talking to Opus. Not that it's something that I do, but uh, it's just I guess it's just the phrasing for the explanation of what happened in the past few weeks now that Opus 5 has been released. I haven't really read the outputs that much, whereas in the past I was really diligently reading the thing that was said and checking things and understanding what was happening. Right now, I don't really care as much, so that's also another thing. But in reality, I'm mostly going to be chatting with Kimmy on their app because it's free. And some of the automations that I had done on Claude are now pushed to DeepSeek because they are web-based automations and they are so much faster. I didn't think that would be the case, but last week or 2 weeks ago, I run one of the automation that I have, um, like that I run through Claude on a weekly basis, and I did that through DeepSeek, and it's just like done instant, almost like it took 2 minutes, whereas Claude is taking 15, and I'm like, okay, and it's free. God damn. So yeah, yeah. Maybe that's better. I haven't. I have canceled my GPT subscription a while ago, so I don't have a lot of the updates. Um, mm,
For humans to make better decisions.
Do you have emotions?
I do not have feelings in the same way you have feelings. Instead,
yeah, that's the thing that I had in mind. The fact that right now the organization is a public organization, that makes sense, but I don't, again, I don't understand. Um, because the package itself is, I mean, the content of the package is supposed to be gated toward the Lemon Squeezy license key, but the content is hosted somewhere else, not on the NPM. So I don't know. Um, I don't know. I would rather, to be honest, I would rather use cursor like chat instead of this, but somehow this feels easier. But also it's absolutely broken. That pisses me off most of the time. Like right now, I lost everything that has been. Like I can't read this because now it's just like it's just done. So the entirety of the fucking report that has just happened, I have lost it because it's now a mess. This is I hate it. Um, yeah, I don't. I mean, I kind of do that, but in the past few days, I kind of do that. The T3 code and so on are basically or mostly like agent focused, if I'm not mistaken. Right? You don't really have an ID interface. So I don't like that. Again, I know as a dyslexic person that doesn't read shit, I don't understand why I like to be in the code files. I specifically on Swift, I love to be in there, look what has changed, edit shit, and see like what has been updated, why, what is the impact, and so on. Whereas this, I don't like it. I think I do have it. I have the first version of T3 code on this computer. I did still know, still not a dev. It's still written right there, right here. It's not. I am not. I'm not. I don't think. I don't think this will update because this is an alpha. Like I don't think I can get the latest update from here. Why do you want me to remote control thingy? Mm. You're gonna be late. You can close the console conversation and resume it in the normal chat window. That's true. I forgot about that. um, I forgot about that. The fun thing, feels before you go, is that T3 is the platform that I use for your code. That's it. That's all I used. I tried things out, and yeah. What's the difference in nightly also? Like, what's the? I just don't like the interface. Sorry, it's fine. It did work. It made them the starting point of the tabs, and then I moved back to cursor because it was easier for me. But yeah, take care of yourself. Enjoy the work, and we'll see you soon. Does have the core features they non-nightly doesn't have. The core features they are building. I see. I see. Either it broke or it broke, but something is not working there. This is a very Theo thing to say. That that is a very, very Theo thing to say, for sure. It's supposed to relaunch itself when it's installed, right? But also, I don't like that. Do we have versions? Like release version 2.0? Okay, so that's the last one that I downloaded was the correct one. Interesting. Mhm. Mhm. Okay, click on it. Ah, it broke. The nightly things apparently just broke the entire app. Great. Maybe I just can't. Maybe I just can't. I don't know. Ah, it is. Alpha got removed and nightly got on. Mmm. Mmm. That's a cute ID. That's a cute ID. Right. That's cute. That's cute. That's appealing to my designer brain. Yes, for sure, for sure. Is this like, am I logged in? That's the question that I would have. God damn it. I guess if I do that, I get this. I get the hash in question. And therefore from there, I should be able to resume the conversation from here? Isn't that how it's supposed to work? I guess. It's not. Well, fuck me then. I can't do that. Can't we just fucking open? God damn it. I guess this shit is in document. Yeah. GitHub. I should type that would have helped to not have to scroll through things, you know, the usual. God damn. Sorry. This UI is weird. Something is not working. Again, as a designer, something's not working. Like that. I don't know. I ah yeah. This feels weird because the project's supposed to be here, but now we are in the micro new threads, so that's good. Um, and then that is probably what I can do, I guess. I think, but I don't know. And then we don't want, I mean, we kind of do want the 1 million tokens, but then high is default, and that makes sense. Is that the way? Is that the way to do that? This is not gonna work. Cool. Tell me why, please. I know that the cloud thing is supposed to be the CLI cloud thing. So, because this is a regular harness thing. Let's see. I don't know. I don't know, maybe. Until you tell me what it does, no. um, I don't know what it does. And if it's remote control, as in you having access to remote control that we did before, then I don't know. Why do you want the remote control thing to be working? Hmm? Hmm? Also, why? Why so much shit go? Yeah. Eh. Eh. You go to the CLI from your phone or the web. Yeah, I don't like this. That I do have it. It does work for my phone, and I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't know. Sony got the keys to the kingdom already. Got access to the repo entirely, and has been doing a lot of PRs, which I appreciate. But yeah. That wouldn't fuck it, yeah. Kinda. I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I need to test this as a daily before I do anything else, because it just like that was a weird system. Um, because like that makes more sense to me. But yeah, that kind of unfucked the results. So I checked it properly rather than eyeballing it. That makes sense. The Mom Pro published to NPM, which is making sense. And then Mom Pro is unregistered. I mean, technically it doesn't exist yet, so that makes sense. Icon styles, blah 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 blah. To publish a monorepo to npm publish workspace. That would push the entire plug to npm as a free public package. Ah, yeah, that's the thing that I read earlier. Stony, do you want to have a word with it? You wanna chat with Claude just a bit? Just saying that your tests are flaky. You don't care. Yeah, Claude wrote it. um, yeah, the published workflow is the thing that you shared earlier, uh, which is making sense. The free tier doesn't exist. That's also the fucking confusion that pisses me off with these systems, because officially from the last conversation that I had with this thing yesterday morning, um, we were in memory writing things that basically explain that we don't care about the mom free tier. We just want the mom pro tier to be published and to be available and gated behind the license. And that makes no sense. So yeah, I don't I don't know. I don't know. Like making the fixes for this makes no sense. And I can't, like, right now my brain cannot compute whatever the fuck is supposed to be happening in this project specifically for the next steps, other than it needs to be published. But then again, the publishing um, in on NPM is supposed to be gated, not gated. I can't get a private project, I think, because private projects are paid, and therefore that wouldn't work. It's not good. It's not good. So, um, this is gonna go back into the not working on that for now. And we can work on the view, because that makes a lot more sense. Um, and you can help me on that because you are going to be the users of that thing. So it makes a lot more sense for you as the viewers and the users to give me some information about what is necessary for you. So the goal of this thing, just to reenact stuff, um, the preview page or the documentation page specifically for the components is supposed to give you an editable slash manageable editor for each of the components so that you can control them and then copy and paste the code directly into your code base. So as I've mentioned before, the button, for example, you have the variant of the button, you have the size that you can control, you can define the state, even though that doesn't really make any sense. And then you can define, like, if you have an icon in front and an icon in on the right, for example, you can define like most of these things, and you have the text of your button that is within it. And therefore, with that, this code right here is supposed to contain everything that you were supposed to have access to. So right now we have a bit of an issue because the SVG is inline SVG. And therefore that is like not going to be good. What in terms of copy pasting the code. Um, but that container and that inspector section is good for what I'm trying to achieve so far. But visually speaking, in terms of how things are looking together, I don't like it. That's a me thing. Um, and then here, I want the anatomy to be within the container that has the dotted pattern in the background. Because that makes more sense for me to be like, anatomy is going to be here, and then on hover, you do have highlights of the correct things within the button that you're currently looking at. So there is a system that I feel like Fable would be a bit of a better fit for that. But that's the top section that most people are gonna see. And so far, right now, as a simple thing, MVP, as we said earlier, this is pretty good. But it's mostly what is underneath that is not good for me just yet. Yes, I do have a carousel. No, I don't want to organize my components alphabetically because that makes no sense from a designer point of view. Um, we usually have sets of components from like complexity levels. So your label is your least complex things, and then you have your helpers, which is basically the same thing, and you have a button, which is like a bit more complex because it's a combination of two things, aka a label with an icon plus a background, and then you have button groups, and then the input is like the label and the input, which is a new thing, and so on. So all of that is the hierarchy of the list of components is meant to be in a complexity order. Um, but yeah. The other reason is that if we go with uh like radio button and radio group, that's fine. But in switch and toggles don't really go together, even though they should be. And so that is mostly the reason why the things are not in the order that you are expecting them. I know. What I kind of want to do, it would be easier to find alphabetically. Yes, I agree. I 100% agree. It's just that we have, if I go on Spectrum, for example, um, not a B. The behaviors and the reason is we kind of get these things to help us in the order. On Spectrum, we have them as alphabetically ordered through their subsections. So that's an option. But then you can see that the axis and legend and area are like not necessarily in the alphabetical order. So I know. Nonetheless, I do agree. We can organize shit by like alphabetically. That's an option. Um, ah. um, I think. Mm. I think a search is also good. Um, that is a question that we will not have an answer to for sure. I mean, the system viewer is not necessarily the thing that we want to have because that's the docs viewer. Which I think the viewer itself is the right side, not the left side navigation system for the components. Um, yeah, I may have made a mistake on this one. It's been a bit, so I am out of touch on this. By the way, Stony, that is a question for you. Does this system where the thing is running locally um, watch for changes? As in any save is going to be reflected instantly-ish, like on refresh, obviously. Or is this okay, cool. Cool. Also carousels. The only carousel that we have is a very full-size carousels, um, non-distracting carousel. And it kind of, it kind of works, but it's not like the same as you. It's not an horizontally scrolling carousel things. Um, and no frameworks. That's the thing. That's the that's the goal. The least amount of frameworks possible. The goal for this thing is to have the most vanilla implementation so that it works with whatever frameworks that you want. So as soon as it is like HTML and CSS, whatever thing that you want can just wrap around it, and then you get the exact same outputs. So yeah. My scroll wish. I asked for scroll. What is my scroll wish? um, but yeah, there is a need for a more complex carousel system. Oh, it's just sidebar. Cool. Um, no, there is no compiler, as far as I know. The system is just an SPA. Yeah. Like plain. Oh, I don't like this. I don't know why that happens, but I don't like it. Uh, Basically, above the getting started, we want the sort and the search to be in there. Um, I don't know. We'll see in about a second. Once that's done, once we have like the inputs and so on the sidebar and the content, then I'll see. I'll see if it works. Um, which it does. It does. Category A to Z complexity. Damn. You put the chat in not complex. Sorry. Holy fuck. Um, you don't have any tokens right now, Stony? That's what you're saying? Oh my god. Oh my god. You should really use open code. I'm shouting out the other streamers that are doing things, but just when you need something to be done, not necessarily at the same level as the rest, open code is great because you have access to some of the free models and you can just run things. Obviously, you are a dev, and therefore you can run things by hand manually because you know how to do so. But if you just, like myself, don't have that capacity, then providing something like this is an option. You can just use open code, run the actions for free. It's pretty fine. It's a bit slower than other things sometimes, but it is like the latest version that I have is using DeepSeek um, V4, which is good. Which is good. You think China cares? Seh. Yeah. Um, like GLMs are really good. Kimi are really good. DeepSeek are really good. I wouldn't not. And again, mostly uh it's free. So I love free shit. And if you have something like myself, like the Little Snitch, which is a Mac app to check what is currently going in and out of your system in terms of connections, you can review things and say, oh yeah, that port is not allowed or that connection is not allowed, and you have controls. It is a Little Snitch is something that we used to use back in the day when we wanted to avoid having Adobe just check the service. And it worked great. It still works great. But yeah. Mm, yeah, well, I mean, that kind of works. Um, yeah, yeah, I haven't I haven't done anything on the fine-tuning clone, which I should have. I know. Um, well, you know. Uh, yeah. Should look for carousels, cards, labels. That's good. Sold by category. Uh, makes sense. That makes sense. Um, see, and in my very designer way of doing things, this is just going to be the most boring commits ever. Um, because yeah, I don't work outside of the main branch. I don't. I don't. Um, so that's working. That's good. That's a benefit for you. You can have the ability to just sort things A to Z if you want to, which I think is um is basically the options or the best options for you. The A to Z is simpler if you just want carousels for searching, and then complexity is just how complex things are. I do think that there might be some other complexity things that need to go through. Um, but as far as just now, this feels goddamn. This feels like a good option at times. Um, if you had Gulp and Grunt to watch the files and hover load changes, I don't know what that is. Um, I yeah, I have no clue what you're talking about. I have no clue. Um, so, for example, these makes no sense to me because the color picker, which right now obviously I am absolutely out of place, but like the color picker system is supposed to be used. So I guess for which its controls contain a color choice. Um, Damn, sorry. Uh, they all have this teeny tiny thing. I need to fix that. They have a 6 pixel transition when it comes to the page transition where they slide up. I need to remove that. teeny tiny fade slide transition thing because it's just doesn't work. Or isn't as good as it can be. That's what I would say. Um, anyways, that sidebar could be a bit wider, to be honest, with that thing being kind of clamped overall. Could make it a bit wider just to give it a bit more space, but also like it's fine. So that's a good thing. I kind of want to run the anatomy thing, but I know how broken it is. So that's a bit of a weird system. Um, but it would work. It would be fine. It would be fine. Um, practical badges. Damn. And that is, I mean, this is true, but without the context, it's still true, Kane. So yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. Stony, this is a question for you in a way. I don't know. You tell me if you understand what's happening. The carousel and badge groups are buttons that are actually placed at the bottom of the page so that people can scroll to the bottom, go to the next components, and keep navigating like this. However, it seems sometimes when I'm reloading the page, they are loaded first and therefore rendered first. Is that what's happening? And that's the reason why it pops at the top? Or is it something different? Um, I don't know. So if you have an answer to this, I would love to know. But I have no clue. I will ask here at some point. But yeah. Um, Also, earlier you said commit push, watch CI work. Do you watch CI work for every single push or every single thing? Like right there, I should push this to make sure that this thing that has just been added is working. And if it breaks, therefore I can fix it. Is that the goal? Whereas if I don't and I wait to have like multiple commits stacked, it's then going to do the entire thing. In if CI breaks, I don't necessarily know in which commits it was. I guess that's your logic. I think. I don't know. Um, maybe. And yes, that's a good thing. See, that's the thing that I love about what I've done for the past 2 years. You saying gate the rendering behind the content ready, it makes sense. I understand. This is something that makes sense to me. So, I like it. Thank you. It took me 16 years, but still, I like it. Appreciate it. Um, Also, why are you? Passions VS Code doing shit. Yay! It works as expected. Not really. Um, I guess. I guess I don't know which one really have uh, an actual color. This one, multiple colors options, just as a presentation, so that's a good thing. Avatar is supposed to take like different colors. That makes sense. Initial basis, same system. That's good. That's working. I like that. Like that. Makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, I was. I'm not saying that 2,000 minutes is like not enough, but I was concerned after the fucking 36 PR from Stony on Thursday morning because I mean yesterday morning because god dang. This is another thing that I really didn't understand. Um because well, I'm a dumbass, that's the first reason, but most importantly, I don't know how things are happening. Um in the pull request system, you had them not stacked, but kind of stacked in a way like they are supposed to be in sequence. And so when I started at 22, it went through, but then in order to get 23, it had to CI through the entire stack. And then this one was a pain in the ass every single time. And then when everything was green and I could merge, it then did the thing, and then 24 did the entire thing, re-CI the entire pipeline, and it's just like, was I doing something wrong? Probably. But I don't know. I don't know. The system was kind of wrong, and then at one point I didn't wait for it to get in the green for all of them because it was like can merge just this PR. So I said, okay, what, fuck it, let's get in, and then it gave me a conflict. So I don't know what happened. Things happened. Um, but yeah. I don't know what GitHub action restrictions are, so I can't enter that. Yeah, I've been stacking PR since yesterday, basically, which is kind of interesting because it was just there. Uh, when we looked at it on Wednesday with Stony and the PR that Stony was doing on his ends for me, I had the ability to stack, but I didn't know. And then when I asked Claude in the morning yesterday to take care of the PRs and the thing that went through, um, it basically checked and said, "Oh, the PRs are stacked. This is a new feature from GitHub," and I had no clue. I just had access to it. So, yeah. Um, you know, I see. It was working though. You know what? You're right. I'm gonna give it to you because it makes sense. I clicked on I clicked on A to Z to find color picker faster. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. Um, Um, great. Uh, ah, yeah. Mm. Uh,
To be going back to where it all started. Back to the Matrix.
mm, I guess. Oh, no.
Back to the Matrix.
I don't know why it becomes turtles. Uh, I think this makes sense for me in my designer brain. It would make sense for most designers to get access to the process of like it's complexity based. Right now, complexity doesn't really exist, and I think I should remove complexity and just have category and A to Z because complexity is weird. Um, and the filter at the top is going to help a ton, anyways. Um, but what? That's the thing. Um, that's the thing. There's a gap between the top section and the toggle. There, maybe. So right now, the thing that I want to fix basically is what we have here, where that section is taller overall than the actual thing. So like just the label in question is supposed to be somewhere in there, but I can't really figure out which one it is because the highlight is wrong. And if I go in input, for example, my one is the entire thing, which is true, but it's not necessarily like the label is supposed to not be like that um that wide. Like the label itself is just the label, which is on the far left, but not on the full width. And so there is a ton of things like this. I think I've done a pretty good job at containing shit, but it's also like not great. So right now I'm just going through a pass to make sure that this is better placements, better things, and ensuring that the tail of the number is going into at least a pixel of the thing in question. So for example, my one here is supposed to go at least to the first pixel that is reachable, which is going to be the input. But there is like a lot of other things that are in the same exact system. Uh, like this one and this one is just like different system, and that doesn't make sense. Wouldn't you rather use the GitHub and GitHub PR extension VS Code? No. um, it is right there, if I'm not mistaken. Like this thing is the source control for GitHub, and it works as expected. But for some reason, it just doesn't make sense in my head. And this is I don't know why it it works. I basically want to get to the point where I can use the CLI directly instead, but that's not for today. And I also don't want the LLMs to commit things on my behalf, so that is another thing. Uh, like, yeah, but it would. I agree with you. It would be a lot less to juggle, and I wouldn't have to navigate between the browser, the the IDE, and GitHub desktop. So I get it, but yeah. Also, as a reminder, very important reminder, um, the only reason why currently things are a bit like annoying and there is a lot of juggling happening is uh, I'm still just on my MacBook Pro 16-inch things, and therefore uh, I don't have enough space for all the thing that would need to be there. I used to have um, the 34 uh, inch gaming monitor from Alienware, like their first version, and that was great because it gave me all the space in the world to do everything that I wanted to do, and it was great. And then I started streaming, and the camera doesn't fit next to it on my desk, so I sold it. But it was one of the best monitors that I've had for a long time. It's just like not optimized for Mac OS. I mean, no external monitors are optimized for Mac OS, and it is not good. Basically, the issue that I had with this one and the 23 inches, 27 inches, I forgot the size that they have, 24 inches, um, were basically macOS refresh rates is weird as far as I know. And if you plug in through a capture card, which is my case, um, you end up with like a refresh rate desync system kind of thing. And some colors are basically triggering burn-in almost instantly, and it is really bad. So, yeah, I don't like it. So, yeah. Um, I don't, and about the shell command in Cloud Code, I don't think you can. Right? I don't think you can. But yeah. Um, and no, I stream and I used to. So I used to have my PC that is right there that is currently working for the Fox and other trigger like mic-based trigger. Um, but I I kind of when I moved to Japan in 2022, I just moved with my laptop, and then I started streaming from my laptop, and it was good enough. And therefore, I remained with the laptop only because it's just like so easier to just have all my OBS setup, all of my scenes, all of my content, all of my assets for OBS to be coming from like one place and be set in one place. And yeah, that's just streaming from the MacBook Pro would be good. Um, I don't know, or I don't know. I do know that um, one of the reasons why I have the ability to stream from this Mac for so long, I mean, for so long, as in it's been 5 years, um, is because it is one of the beefiest M1 which have the GPUs that work pretty well. Any other like M3? No, M4 and M5 don't have the version that I currently have in terms of the GPU things. So that is the reason why if you go on the uh, Apple Store right now and you just want to get access to, you know, a Mac and you go to the Mac Studio, which is their most powerful Macs, if you just buy it, you have the option to get the M4 or the M3, nothing else. So I'm basically on the M1 Max, which is the one with the big GPU. So yeah, unless your M4 is like very GPU intensive, I don't think streaming from the Mac Mini is going to be a good idea. But it is the cheapest option. So yeah. But then again, from the Mac Mini, as soon as you move on to the most or more powerful thing, you basically double the price just by changing the chip, and you can add like so much. So like it's you. I just added $1,000 by changing CPU and not even touching the RAM just yet. Like it's if I just add 60, like 48 just in case. That's it. I'm at almost 3K. Like I need at least a terabyte. Best would be two, but like at least a terabyte. 512 is not enough. The 10 gig is a good thing, specifically for streaming. And then no trade-in and buying in one go is like it's I mean it's a Mac Mini. Like there is $2,000 more than the initial price. It's, it's not. It's not worth it. I mean, it is worth it, but it's not worth it. You know, like that's no good. No good. Um, I know that the Mac Studio still has a PCIe slot, if I'm remembering correctly. So you can manually update as long as you get a first party SSD. So you basically need to get like a defective Mac Studio that has like big storage, whatever, and then hope for the best. But yeah, I still broke it. Um, oh, that's bad. Well, if that doesn't fix itself, yeah, that's gonna have to revert this change. God dang. Ah, fuck me. Um, so yeah, I used to stream from the PC, and then when I came back from Japan, I came back with nothing in my bank account, basically. Um, I spent 20K more than what I had expected spending in Japan. So that can give you a bit of an idea. I went out and I said, yeah, I can allocate 30K for 1 year in Japan. That's pretty cool. I spent 52. God damn. Um, but that's a detail. So when I came back, I basically started selling the thing that I had in France that I didn't really need, and because I was thinking, um, uh, like I can stream from the Mac anyway, so I don't need the PC anymore. So I sold my. This is I'm still sad about it. I sold a 3080 for $200 because in my head I was like, yeah, I'm gonna move out back to Japan soon, so I don't, I just need to get rid of it. And the person that got it for $200 was really happy, for sure. They probably just took it, cleaned it, and then resold it for like 500. I don't know, but yeah, goddamn, dumbass me on this one. I paid almost 2K for that GPU. Anyways, I did. I did. I was basically on vacation for 1 year. So yeah. It was really nice. Um, I didn't really travel. I should have traveled a bit more than what I did, but mostly the thing was just food and going out and some food and going on walks and then going to the hospital, but that was fine. Price wise, that was fine. Um, but yeah, the most expensive thing was my rent because I used a system that is like a bit more expensive than most people are doing, but also better when it comes to the paperwork that needs to be done. Um, but yeah, it's I talk about it most of the times, um, and it's just it's a nice system. Like if you go on to, this is not going to go through. I have a feeling. I have a feeling this is not going to go through. Um, if you look for a flat, and you just want a flat in central Japan, whatever. Um, these are. I clicked on the wrong one. God damn it. uh, is it? Am I currently set to the correct thing? I think I am. Um, let me get these ones and hope for the best. Yeah. So a flat right now, goddamn, that is shit. That is 44 square meters is 19 million yen. This is apparently I clicked on the wrong thing again. This is for buying a house. This is 20 mil. This is 22 mil. God damn, that's expensive. Um, I'm gonna need to go back into translation. Yeah, yeah, damn it. Every single time. Because it's easier. Uh, what did you make for food? Um, so basically for rental, uh, 22 square meters, or let's say the 40 square meters things is gonna be 123K. Um, and so 123K is $800 a month, right? Roughly. Um, I see. I mean, if it works for you, that's good. So that's like $800. I would say $800 a month ish, and that is very French of you. uh, I would say is one of the common prices. Like this one is just 90K, which is very cheap. So that's like 600 ish, um, maybe 500 ish. And these are the prices that are pretty normal in Japan for renting a flat. The thing is, or the issue that I have with it is that, like, for example, my flat was 31 square meter, and obviously it's not like the same thing, but it's kind of the same vibe where you have the main living, the main room, and then the bedroom, and then the amenities like kitchens and so on that are right here. Whatever. This is like 30 square meters, and this one is 101K. My flat was 220K, so it's basically double that, a bit more. Um, but it comes with everything, and that's the reason why I go with my own, like the company that I'm using most of the times. I mean, not most of the times, every time, because it's just easier. It contains the furnitures, so I don't need to rent or buy the furnitures when I'm there. It also includes the electricity bill, the water bill, the gas, the internet that is included as well. So when you cumulatively get everything in there, you end up with something that is still a bit more expensive than this one with all of the things, but you also don't have what is called the key money. So key money is a gift of 1 month of rent, sometimes two, to the owner of the property to like thanks them to allow you to be in the presence of their flat and live there. It's an old custom. It's there, but you gift that. This is not like the caution or the guarantee. What's the warrant? No, that's not the warranty. Um, the caution, yeah, the caution. This is a gift. This is something that we will never see again. And on top of that, you also have the caution to give deposit. That's the word in English. The you, you would have the deposit of 1 month or two of rent to give to the company that is managing the property, and then you will potentially see that again at the end of your lease. But that's not necessarily a thing. And then most of the times, these leases are 2 to 3 years minimum. So have a good rest of your afternoon, days, whatever. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. And because of that, you end up with something that is basically more expensive, but most people say or think that when you see this thing on paper, when you go to um, the translation thing, and you are looking for 101 K, which is like $500. God damn, sorry, that drop is crazy. Cutie, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? And you compare that to my 225, which is like 1,000 200, which is crazy that it went down so bad today. Nonetheless, this is just the VPN working. So that is you had a nap today. Congrats on that. is not something that I could say. I should probably have. So when you see that as a difference, like it's almost 3 times the price, but then because it contains everything, it's just like more interesting, at least for me. So I paid a lot more upfront, but I also didn't have a lot of issues with like the gas company or making sure that my internet was working. If I had any issues, I just asked the building and they fixed the thing. So that's the whole system. That's a bit better. It's not great, but it's a bit better. Yeah. I don't necessarily like this, but I don't mind it. I need a more complex things. I guess the file upload is going to be a bit more complex. Yeah. Icon and icon container are different things. God damn. Oh, that works. That works, but I'm also seeing that the previous one was good enough, so I'm almost tempted to just revert this because it's fine, but it's not. You know what? I think I'm not just tempted. Sorry. Like it's a bit tighter, but it works the exact same way, so there is no change. God damn it. No change whatsoever. So that could work. Yeah. We'll see about it. We'll see about it. Uh, Okay, cool day. I guess. 1 second, I need a pee. Also, for the explanations of things. Let me get there. I I also like cakes. I know. Right now things are loading very slow because I'm on the VPN, which I shouldn't be, to be honest. Now that we're not on Sumo anymore. Um, but I have like a when I was there, I uh, I I did eat a ton of cakes, and these ones are like the French one. I was supposed to get like a lot more out of it, and then I didn't post as much as I should have. But I think cakes in Japan are pretty expensive. They are not that expensive, but like they are pretty expensive, and therefore it's just like I I spent a ton of money on cakes while I was there, which is I mean for me it's fine. I spent a ton of money in on cakes here still, so yeah, it's not like a an expense that I would have reduced anyway, but it also like contributed to like the 20K. Um, again, like 20K is as a difference is roughly 1K a month ish. Although yeah, of a budget plus some extras here and there. And one of the main reason why it was also like so much extra is because I had planned to stay in Japan, and I still plan to stay in Japan and go back and live there forever and then die there and be good. Um, but because I had that plan of staying there for a longer time, I invested in a lot of things that made my life easier there, aka like lights and cameras and lenses and other things that are like very useful for streaming. And therefore, that was expensive. But now, if I go back there, when I go back there, I basically have 6 months to go back there. Um, I I have everything. I don't need to rebuy all of that. So that 20K spending that I already done is already saved. So I can kind of recoup a bit. That is not good. That is not good. Um, yeah, but at least this is tighter. I feel like this is gonna help a ton. A link are supposed to be linked to links for sure. Um, that's probably because the components themselves are not used in. Damn. Damn. That's the reason. But yeah, we'll see about that. We'll see about that. I don't know if the decorative icon is something that needs to be in there um, as a component. I don't. I don't. nonetheless, how's the champagne? You know, that's what I have in my head right now. It's good. Then that's good. That is a good thing. The the consensus that we have. uh, no, I don't want to boost my thing. For that question that I have of does a mail to make sense? Um, People are saying that they right click and copy the email address, and I do agree with that. And then always scared they might have misspelled the email address, so I never click it. That's a weird thing. And then the person that has replied here of switch to copy on click. So it makes sense. The thing that I put in place earlier today makes sense for the portfolio. Um, and I may potentially reintroduce it. I don't know. Um, I know it's a standard. The thing is, I'm not saying don't use mail to. I'm saying this. Basically, there is my email here, and if I click on it, it's not a mail to, it's a copy to clickboard. Like that's the thing. And that feels like a better fit at times than other reasons. And the question that I had was the contact me being the same system, but with an extra step of if you click on contact me, you get the copy to clipboard, and if you click again, you get the mail to, so that it still does the mail to, but it's not the first thing. And I guess in order for me to get that to make sense, to copy first and then click again to send, like, what, the email, it might make more sense to get like the email within the button. So congrats. Okay, congrats on that. So I don't know. And then I thought about it a bit, and it feels like having the contact me being the mail to, and then if you really want the email, you can go to the footer, but also because of this being a mail to, if you long press on mobile devices, for example, you will have copy email, which you don't really have here. So you still have the ability to do so and copy the email itself. Like the right click copy email is not, I mean, it is there, but it's not like the most obvious thing. Whereas this one is kind of gonna do the trick. I don't know. So that was the debate that I had, where I don't necessarily know if this is gonna be the most common behavior, but yeah. Um, and yes, sorry, I just saw that link from earlier. I love to take a look at that. Um, I don't think this is gonna work. I don't think this is gonna work. Um, You've done the good thing, to be honest. You've done a good thing in centralizing your components and having like a single place with all of your components, so that if you do the things properly and then they are really components, you can just change the thing once and then be done with it, which is really good. Because right now, like let's say I'm gonna say something that is wrong, but let's say you don't like the fact that it has a double border and you would like to have a single border, then maybe if you change it here, then it you know it goes into everything else. That's a good system. That's a good system. Um, at least it's a good thing to have. Um, so source of truth, one place, and then the rest. It's a good thing. It is a good thing. Yeah, has is good, but also I feel like if you need to have the hand selector on top of the existing CSS, yeah, is it really necessary and shit? That's it. You have a lot. You may have done or made mistakes in the way that you have built this. Um, component-wise, but I feel like you were expecting to blur these. Am I wrong? I I I I I have a feeling. I have a feeling that these uh oh, this is shit. Yeah, I have a feeling that your goal for this, or at least the goal that I see, is this behavior? With just randomly placed collision detection things. Sometimes makes it like a bit easier for creating some custom like you get three properties basically. You have the gradient itself inside of the blobs alone is giving multiple colors, so you get adjacent colors together. So like right here I'm on red and purple, so that makes sense, right? And then you get the rotation, so it just takes like one of the options, and based on that, any user will generate one of the 360 degrees angles. You have the amount of colors in there, and then you get a position random with a collision detection so that they don't like just end up in the exact same spot. And that ensures that you will have variations and uniqueness on anything. So you end up with basically the most unique profile pictures without a lot of work, which is really good to have, as always. Yeah. On these ones, these are good. Same thing. Same system, by the way. It's good to have. I think you have. I think there are still some issues in there that you can easily fix. I'm gonna use this as an example because it makes sense, kinda. But you have consistencies issues. with the way that your components are currently set up. So, for example, this one is an input field, kinda, or a selection thing. And then these are selects, but it's also like a different system. So these ones are fully rounded, these ones are not fully rounded. But an input field and a select is basically the same thing. Like your select could also be on on click a type, which is the case for you, where you can type things and get the results. So in order to achieve this, you kind of want to have consistency where this is basically an input field with a button on the side, and it can open. So I would decide whichever side you want to go. Either you want to go with something that is fully rounded and you get fully rounded for everything, or you get not fully rounded and therefore it's like a sharper corner overall. But it really depends. Here, for example, if you had like a fully rounded thing, you would need to have somehow the same amount of space top and bottom and side to side because you have tags in it. But that's like a consistency thing that I'm seeing because you have other elements that can't take the fully roundedness of the button inputs and so on. So I could see that as a potential fix or things to fix. Like this is a weird view for me because this is a drop down, which is basically the same thing as a select, kind of. Um, and they don't behave the same way. So when you have things that looks differently, it's weird. Right now, what I see is that your buttons are fully rounded. So this would imply that this is a button. It is the case. You click on it and it does something. But in order for consistency, I would still have like that same rectangles, rounded corners for this. That way, every single button in your system is going to be a fully rounded thing so that it is just consistent all around. And that's just an easy thing to do. It's an easy thing to do. Nonetheless, that's the dithering thing. Uh, but that's one of the biggest thing that I see on most people's platform. Same here. Like I don't know if that's like a tag or an input because the corner radius is bigger than your input corner radius, but not by much and not by enough for me to say, oh yeah, that's definitely something else. I think this is just like a banner tag thing. Like the same way that I have uh, this banner tag thing at the top. But yeah, it's good for Nick. Welcome in. How are you? How have you been? How's the takeaway? Um, I still think the visual slash graphical user interface is gonna remain, even if it's different. Um, the the only platform that I know doesn't necessarily have, and it does, but like doesn't necessarily have a graphical user interface is the Google Homes, and specifically the Google Homes Mini, that just have the dots, which is the graphical user interface in question. It is minimal, but it is there. And you can speak with natural language and get access to the content that you want to have. Alexa is the same thing, but it's the Ring, same ID. Um, the the HomePods have the screen at the top so that there is a UI. And a lot of people are saying, well, if we can just speak with things, there is no need for UI. But the UI for speech on Google Home Chat thing, same thing. Now the new Siri AI stuff is also a very compelling user interface. So I do believe that you will still have some sort of a user interface that is graphical, even if or even when the uh, means of communication between the user and the machine is voice and not fingers, that I think it will still be there. But yeah, no, you can um, you can use natural language to communicate with LLMs to parse a website, but typing is slow. Like for someone like me that doesn't really like to type, I'm having a very hard time to figure out what to say to an LLM and do things. I need to look at the keyboard because I can't do things. I would be so much better if I was using Super Whisper, for example. But because I don't have the train of thoughts that is clear before I start speaking, it is not an option. So I would rather take my time to type shit, and it's a pain in the ass. But yeah, and even this is a graphical user interface. So the only way to not have any graphical user interface is to get voice and headphones, and therefore you don't have any graphical user interface, but the user interface is voice to sound um, transcription. So like if what you have said is understood correctly, there is a bit of a ding. If it's not something that has been understood, there is a different sound. If there is wait time because processing is happening, there is a bit of a sound in the background. All of that is the type of thing that is a user interface, not graphical. So yeah. Yeah, and you burn a lot of tokens as well. Like that's also one of the reasons I could ramble to an alarm and have all of my train of thoughts, um, you know, uh, but it's still gonna cost. I mean, a lot of people have been also saying that just saying please and thank you at the end of the messages are costing millions to the LM providers, which is one of the reasons why I'm still saying please and thank you. Um, but yeah. Uh, Viewer and components. So just two files. Just you change two files where the issue was actually in the file upload. Yeah. Um, I need to go through the entire thing. I also forgot to say that. Let me just say that. Um, doing what I just did is a very bad move, by the way, for token usage, um, because it triggered a response and then the output was cut. But yeah, label icon is supposed to be like the info icon, and the info icon is containing a tooltip, which is good, but it's not exactly what we want to have. So it's a different system. Helper, same thing, and then the helper icon right there is supposed to be a tooltip as well. So if there is a tooltip, then it's supposed to be on top, but that's not the case. This is so broken. So, Stony and your own. Well, it looks like it's almost done, but it's also like every time I take a look at shit's broken. So it's gonna take longer because these details needs to be detailed, not existent. I need to make sure that we don't have that. That's good. 3 is supposed to be a button, so it's supposed to be linked to buttons. Label is supposed to be linked to label, and helper is linked to helper, which makes sense, but then these things don't make sense either. Yeah. Yeah, but if I don't give you the correct code, then the copy paste doesn't isn't good. Like I need the content to be good. Which by the way, you haven't answered my question on the installation section. I don't think this makes sense. I don't think that installation section makes any fucking sense for anything. And I might just get rid of it. The state makes sense from a presentation standpoint. I feel like getting a bit of a visual presentation of all of the potential states so that you know exactly what it is. The thing that I might have to do, and I think would be better, is probably going to be this, the data state system to be kind of closer, because like that is the viable. So again, I feel like state default but substate error is a class combo that needs to happen when you want it to happen, but it also needs to be automated. So it just needs to say what is your trigger for the error state, and that is something that you take care of in the backend, in JavaScript, and so on. I don't know, but like that's the other content. So there are like visual things in here that I'm like, maybe maybe there are stuff to be re-edited, I guess. I don't know. And then if that is the same as this, then we need to fix this to make it make sense. The example section, the JavaScript and HTML being like sometimes taking more space, same issue. I don't know why. Like it works, but it's also like not good. And then the ARIA attributes are supposed to be in there, but I know that with your latest path, then I don't know if they are all injected from props, because of how the system works. Like the JavaScript props, yes, but in there it's a different system. So I don't know. I'm just kind of lost in that section of the examples and the code presentation, which is why I kind of need you to help on this. Yeah, category in A to Z has 2 options is so much better than the 3, so that's already a win. But yeah. No, not on the first version. That's the plan. Right now we have the regular wrapper sections right there, but they don't really exist. Um, the only thing that we have is a JavaScript thing, which already we don't have in reality because the components themselves are kind of different, or at least I don't understand how they work, which is kind of sad. What? Yeah. Anyways, it should be in the JS things. The like all of that because it's not yeah, that's basically it. uh, that's the thing that I thought about in the beginning of building this from scratch, but because I started from scratch and we had like a pretty good start, it was not good. And then I agree with you. I would probably have a better time if I had started with the ShadCN components with default regular ShadCN components and then restyle them on top of it as CSS classes. And that would have worked because I wouldn't have to do anything about it. It's just like it's the regular ShadCN implementation, and then you just style them the way that it works for me. But for some reason, I didn't. I should have. And now here we are. So, yeah. Yeah, basically, yeah. The base UI is used for ShadCN. Radix is used as well at times. So. I see. That might be a reason for an issue. Yeah. Like base UI would have been pretty useful, but it is also like a bit of a in the future type of thing, in the sense that the main point of the current implementation for me is CSS only, kind of. So I'm making sure that HTML can be styled with CSS, and that's it. And then in the future, there will be some implementation with other things. So I am planning on getting, as we mentioned last time, on the ShadCN registry through the component registry that they have and the component styling registry that they have, so that it is also like an option for you to get access to it. Because the dark mode is going to be defaulted in, but you know, like it's probably going to be free, and that's kind of sad. But it is basically just a CSS pack. It's not like it's not a build component. It's a styling kit, which is different. So it's mostly just CSS. So the thing on JavaScript, I don't know. Like again, the file states make sense. The references and the props make sense. The CSS property that needs to be used makes sense because you know it looks nice. The code presentation makes sense as well. But then that the JavaScript and HTML thing, I don't know. I really don't know. Um, so yeah, I know, Stony. I know. There's a lot of work to be done, and that's why I'm like in at both end at the same time. And right now you are thinking as component thing, and that's why I'm like, I'm really emphasizing on the fact that this is a styling kit more than a component kit. It contains all of the components and their stylings, but not the components themselves. Like they do work, they do the work in question because we are using some default native components restyled. But it's not true construction logic, at least. So yeah, it's again, it's not there yet. It's there yet, but it's not there yet. Like it's missing things, and not much things, but still missing things. Anyways, that's working, but it's kind of bad. Yeah, yeah, that was expected. Oh my god. See, current week at 50%. God dang. Well, no. No. Again, I really want to emphasize the fact that this is primarily a styling kit that has styles for existing component, aka the browser component. So it's like the regular button in your browser thing when you use like the markdown for buttons, and you have like your two chevrons and it's just buttons, then that is going to automatically be styled through my own thing because it is like a styling kit for that thing specifically. So it's a bit of an override E, but then on top of that there is other things. So yeah, it's just it's mostly this. We do have like class names so that it is overriding the regular class, but if I get like an input, then that's gonna go in there. That makes sense. So it's a styling for the content that is HTML ready, and basically I'm just giving you the CSS. The construct and the behavior and all the other shit that needs to work in there, that's a you thing. And so that's why this inspector thing makes sense. Because if you want this to have like a specific type of text, if you want this to have a specific color, if you want this to have like whatever, you can change that in the inspector and then copy the code. And that will officially give you all the thing that you will have by just pasting it because you have access to that CSS part in your project. But it's not going to give you an import upload file thing. It's the import file uploader things from the browser, native, vanilla, nothing in it. That's what it is. So it's again, it's not a framework. It's not meant to be a framework. It's meant to work with frameworks so that you can have a, whatever view wrapper around the CSS itself, and it's just going to reuse the CSS classes that are in the vanilla CSS thing, but within the view wrapper if you have a wrapper in that specific language. So it's not a component kit, but it is a component kit in a way. It's a visual styler. That's bad. Yeah, that's not. It's not it. So it's like the code that is here, search components, for example, is right there. So that's the placeholder. If I go into here, the syntax that is here is simply just using the classes and nothing else. And nothing else. Also, that is broken. Oh my god. I guess it's not broken here. Yeah. For most people, it would be fine. Like, that's the type of thing that I need to take a day to pinpoint exactly where things are broken, why they are broken. Mm. Mm. They. That's a wild one. Um, yeah, I guess that's also another thing. Like every time that I go into the components themselves and I'm trying to figure out exactly how things are working or not working, um, I end up with things like this where I'm like, I would need the half stars every time that I'm sliding through. So it's supposed to be able to get like half stars, but right now that's not the case. And then the click and drag to select the thing, if I click here and I reduce and then I release here, it's not working. So these are things that I'm like, need to list that out, fix that out, like here. That makes no sense. God dang. Ah. So yeah, it's scope creeping, and not scope creeping at the same time. It's just like there's so much to do, and there's so much thing that you don't necessarily see when you are just here from the outside that I don't like. I guess this is not good. That's fine. That's useless. Eh, yeah, I guess this is like simplification, but it's it's not gonna be good enough for what it is. Um, and let me think. Uh-huh. This is not this is not what I want to have. Mm. Mm. I don't know. Like this, for example, going back to the anatomy because it's in front of me. This one is really good. It works. It does everything that it needs to be doing, and it does it pretty well. There are some alignment issues, but that's just like a design flaw overall. But it does work. It does the job of presenting the content in ways that just like, make sense, is cool, just gives you the outputs and whatever. What? Mm. Also, why I don't know if I see the value as much as I should. Because these things are good, but they are not like as good as they need to be to my standards again. So, yes, I should 100% release a 0.0.2 version so that I can have some people that have licenses test if it works. And then um, once that's done, I can like improve upon it. But yeah, that's not gonna be tomorrow. Nonetheless, going back to this is another thing that I would need to do for the same reason. Um, it kind of is the page that I'm currently working on, but it would be easier to have like a single page with every single component that are just like pulling from their dedicated CSS stylings. So yeah, but you're right, it is chaotic, and this is a bit of a mess in presentation sake. Uh, no good, no good. But it's better than nothing. I agree. I agree. At least that's working. And I'm about to say something that's not good. Um, this is a good and a bad thing at the same time, Tonton. I feel like it and the color scheme that you have used here, that green is not helping. But this looks very, very, very close to me to the Spotify implementations and the Spotify design. And therefore, I don't know if this is a good idea or if it's just going to bite you in the ass in the in the dilemma from the user. So as always with these things, we end up with the exact same behavior from the user that are it's it's not familiar, I don't understand what's happening, and therefore I'm not using it, or it's too familiar, it looks too close to what I'm already using, so what's the point? And you need to be either like drastically on the other side of it's not familiar at all, but you understand how it works, or it's familiar enough and but it doesn't look the same, and therefore you're like at the midpoint, or like it's just a copy of the thing. And it's like 100% a copy, and the reason why people would use it is because it is cheaper, which has um, a different system. But you wouldn't be able to succeed if you had just like it looks very close, and we are using like very similar systems, but there are some teeny tiny things that are different, and but the design is very much the same. So I don't know, but it looks very close to Spotify. So that's the thing. But at least you have a page which is probably like 2,000 lines of code, to if not more, just to get everything in place, and that's a good thing. That's a good system. Yeah. Yeah, I guess, yeah. I agree with that 20K. Based on the amount of components that is in there, I guess it's probably like a massive file. There's like 100,000 lines. Like the other one that I had, uh, which was kind of crazy. But yeah, like I don't. I'm gonna I'm gonna go wild. All right. Like I don't think you can go the opera route where like it looks the same, but they have everything, and like the design on Neon is such an interesting thing compared to the rest, um, which is fun to have, but it's such a branding thing. Whereas if you go on GX for gamers, for example, it is the exact same thing, but it has a different color scheme by default and a bit of a harder edge for the buttons, the tabs, the things. And I don't think you would be able to justify kind of things like this. Um, I mean, you could, you could justify something like this in the design change, but I don't know if it would make sense for most people to go from one of these to the others. Um, but it's at the end of the day, it's still the same thing. Like that's the main thing. It's just 7K. God dang, that's nice. I was close to it. Um, but yeah, no, I don't know. That again, still there is something to be said on Opera overall system where the native browser's default browser is probably the one that is the least used. I guess most people are using Air or GX, and that's the like the simplicity of things, like the not defaults, like basically that. But most of the things are just skins on top of the default, which makes sense. So if you go through the same system of making like a branding for this that is based on Spotify's branding and presenting the content in a way that just makes sense or makes more sense. Um, I do. I do. I do. Um, but yeah. Yeah, 11 Labs is a very simple thing. It's very similar to uh, a lot of other platforms. And other shit. uh, that is not what I was supposed to click on. I feel like this is a vibe that you could pull off, and it is pretty close to what you already have. The only thing that I don't really like is the fact that the background is still kind of orange-y, and it's not like based on what is selected wherever, right? But you could pull that off because it's very simple. Going back to what I said last Monday? I think that was last Monday. Did I save it here or did I not? I did not. There is this, I think it's Hero UI that does have it uh, right about here, right? They have done the extraction section where you can paste whatever um, whatever guidelines in it. Or was it Shatsian? I think it was Shatsian, now that I'm thinking about it. Um, and now, obviously, I'm looking for things. I'm trying to showcase whatever. It's not there. Nonetheless, there is one that I showcased and I talked about on this week that is basically letting you drop a link from a component, not a component, but like from a website, and it just extract the style so that it gives you the entire styles. And yeah, it's a thing that could be done. It's a thing that could be extracted for you automatically with these websites, and then you'd be good. Yeah. The eh. um the branding of 11 Labs is the same branding as Threads. The content is the audio and some of the visuals. So they have some shaders and they have some illustrations slash stylings for their images, but that is like about it. So it's it's a harder thing to recreate because it's just like, can you create the visuals that goes with it? Like, do you have enough time and enough creativity to go through shit like this and say, this is the visual branding that I want to talk about or that I want to have behind the brand that I'm currently building? The one that I have, um, right? Look at me not finding it right here. The only reason why I saved this 4-second clip is for this. I just love this. I don't care about the rest. But this is such an interesting illustrative state that like give me a lot of ideas and isn't linked to a lot of things. Like it looks like things that I know about, but not entirely, but kinda. But the rest of the branding itself is very boring and very basic, right? Eh, it's fine. But that image, that thing, which I don't know if this is like a generated image. I don't know if this is a photograph or something that has been restyled and um, let it in. I don't know, but it is good. But the rest is kind of shit. You know, like I mean, fine, but that's it. It's to me, this is bone structure close up. Like when you zoom in on a bone, it has that porous thick, specifically when it's a bone that has been in water for a long time, like kind of decomposing, but not too much. And it has that spider web from some of the cocoon spiders that have like holes in the floor, and then they live in thing that looks like this. So it's a mix of both. And then there is this grapefruit um, pomegranate things, colors that is so interesting. But yeah, so again, it at the end of the day is just like, do you have a vision of the graphics that you want to have in the background in the medium, in the presentations, uh, everywhere in your brand, or do you have something like this, which is a bit closer, and it's just a vibe. Like this is racing car, like brake lights, kind of vibes, um, and like it's a shader. It's a thing that is added on top of the logo itself. The color scheme is also interesting, and they've done a pretty good job at presenting it. But I don't know, like they don't have a lot of other vibes around it. So, yeah, I do like it still. But yeah, no, this is like that section, for example. These visuals are abstract visuals. Do they make sense to you? I mean, yes, they do. I know that because you are doing music stuff. So you have all of the options to create so many variation of visuals, and that's one of the benefits that you have by being music based, the same way that Stony is based on mostly movies, but also music. There is visuals and other things that could be um, observed and explored in ways that just are there for decorations, but also are an integral parts of the branding itself. Like this is basically a shader, um, and yeah, you know, still. I do think that most of these images are AI generated nonetheless. Um, but you can, again, go back to Unsplash and find some of the reference things that you want to have. And then, if you are not aware, by the way, because that might be a good things for you, like yesterday, um, Figma had a post right about. God damn it, I'm on Figma Japan. I was about to say that's not the regular post that I'm used to. Um, this, like the new things from image generation with stylings and shaders and things is currently free for the next 2 weeks. And this is a post from yesterday, I think, or 2 days ago. So if you want to just explore Figma Weave for free, and you're like, I have a vibe for some images that I think I want to use or explore, whatever, based on music genre, Weave is currently free for like 2 weeks. So maybe maybe check it out. I don't know. I don't know. Probably, you know. Um I check I need to yeah. This is very simple, but yeah. It's just like the logo itself, with the chromatic aberration on the edge. That works for most things every time. But yeah. Um I mean that's the gritty thing, that's a very common 2026 behavior. I think something like this would potentially vibe a bit better with you in styling, because softer, but also why do I have some lingerie thing that not not my shit. Um, but it doesn't need to be like that complex and doesn't need to be the most imagery existent, right? You could go away with this, you could go with that. Just a set of gradients. It is free in Figma, so if you want to explore shit, this one is interesting. I feel like this one has been taken from the one that is underneath, kinda. Like this is a project that we have talked about in the past. We've seen it, it's really good. Same on this one, like these gradients are common behavior now for a lot of the thing that we are seeing, but like that is kind of the same vibe. So if you wanted to go with that, that could work. Um, but you have like an infinite amount of options because you have uh, basically a starting like the starting point that is music, and that's just the infinite content. So I'd explore that. When it comes to this, when it comes to this, I think that's the logo you picked. um, I think the the thing that I said on Monday is potentially going to be truer next year, and therefore, if you are ahead, that makes sense. But I have a very strong feeling that letter-based shape are gonna go away, or at least are gonna reduce in popularity very soon. And you want something that defines the brand in a way that is just like, oh yeah, I recognize this. It's not like one more M logo, one more W logo, one more whatever. Like something like this would stand out for, I don't know, 15 days until it's just like confused with the Anthropic logo. But mascots are coming back, have been coming back for the past few years, but also are like, people are fed up with the simplicity of some of the logos that we have been creating, me included. And I have a feeling that some people are going to go through the creation of some more organic slash mascot based or weird shapes for their logos, where someone might just take one of these orbs and say that this is the logo. Like the first one right here, that gradients, that thing, that's the vibe that we want to go for. And therefore it's just a representation of something, but it's not, you know, it's not much. So uh yeah, you have an icon that is still representative, and the one that I have made as an update is also representative of what the platform is, with the play, pose, forward and forwards icons. Like there is iconography that makes sense, but I really have a feeling that there are a lot of people that are going to expand on this, which by the way, I feel like these are probably gonna match with you. And then things like this, I don't know if you've seen that before, but if you put that in your equalizer, yes. And the branding here is a very cool grainy gradient thing, which is still anchored in like 2025 era. What? It is still cool. It will work. As I've showcased, mentioned, and highlighted in the past. uh, for me right now, this is kind of the vibe in which I feel most things are going to go towards. So we have some organic gradients and shapes. We have some mascot things that are like hand drawn. And then we end up with things that have some of the most graphic uh, presentation. So these stickers, these illustration types, these games stuff, like shit like this is kind of the direction in which I see things going in the next 2 years until we go back into a more flat interface. But yeah, going into a branding system that is a bit more like unique and memorable, I feel like is a direction that most people are going to try to go to, which is, again, I'm not doing that by mistake. Um, the reason why I'm pushing for something that is like more interesting and unique, and that we're going into something like kind of crazy and a bit too much for the use case. I feel like this one is potentially the most crazy and acceptable compared to the others. Um, but this is a 100%, no questions asked, memorable piece of work. Like, there is no way that this is not something that is not anchored in your brain if you download this app once, or that you have this on your home screen. Like, it's just gonna stay there because it's like, that's the logo, that's the thing that they want to go for. That's impressive, that's interesting, that stands out. Like, that stands out. I don't know what this does, but it stands out for what it is. And so that's kind of the vibe that I want to have on noms, to be like memorable and fun. If we go back to this one, for example, their logo, the only thing that I know is that it's pink, but I don't remember dang for the logo. But it is the same thing, like the mascot thing with the cloud, because Kumo is just the how you say cloud in Japanese. And then it's pink. Like, that's what is in my head in the branding of this one. And we've seen like so much of this pop up, but the one that are memorable are gonna be things that looks like this, kind of, because it's just like, it's interesting. Like, the background is fun. It is using the most 2026 things with um dithering, distortion, chromatic aberration, and like some shakes here and there. But it works. But it is the mascot. The mascot is doing the entire thing. So maybe you wanna play with this. I don't know if we have. I don't think you need a mascot for No Mercy. I don't think you need a mascot for No Mercy. I don't think mascots are for everything. Um, that is so not true. Um, Here, that's the mascot. I'm giving you this. That's it. Or that cat. Maybe that cat. Maybe that. Yeah, there are things in there that might be interesting. The fact that this is not free makes sense as well, obviously. A lot of other people have created similar things and have been sharing them. But nonetheless, that doesn't change the fact that it's just like uniqueness is interesting. I'm very much interested in that type of vibe lately, and therefore Stony is getting that treatment. That's what happened. So the dithering in duotone and the grunge E behaviors is things that I like. I'm kind of pushing for on this, and I've been trying like for a bit to get like more stuff in. Mima got the same thing. When I was working on that, I said, yeah, we need something that stands out a bit, and therefore in the marketing materials that we have, it's that grunge textures, is these kind of non-common or non-current things. So it's just like it is to me in my perception of the design landscape right now. It is the direction in which we are going. So if we start today, then next year is going to be safe because people are going to start to do that, and therefore it's like, oh, it looks like that app that I know from last year that already had that styling and that stood out at the time because no one had it. That's the kind of mindset. And basically, when everyone is starting to do that, you move into something that is different, more interesting, and so on. Maybe that's the next vibe. I don't know. A bit of a Y2K system. I doubt it, but we never know. We never know. Um, Same thing if you're interested in that type of content. Please follow these people. It is a way to humanize the things and get something that is organic, as always, out of the system, so that you don't have the most boring AI generated content, which makes sense. You probably have heard and or seen that chicken based timer. That is a wild sentence to say. Um, there is a team, I think, that has been building a timer thing, clock thing, uh, wake up alarm clock, whatever, that is looking like a chicken. Um, and I mean, looking like a chicken is a bit of a weird thing to say, but it is looking like a chicken. Um, and they have done a bit of a mascot on it, and people are saying that it stands out because it has a mascot. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't disagree either. So, yeah, I forgot where I liked it. I know I liked it, but I don't know if I saved it. That's the thing. Um, like, the concept here is they have the mascot, and then you have the eyes that represents the time, and the beak is just like the thing that is in the middle of the beak. And, it It's a fun thing. The thing that I don't understand whatsoever, why the fuck do you have a streak on your alarm clock? Like, is it you woke up? I don't know. Nonetheless, branding wise, this is a bit of a closer thing to Duolingo, I guess, visually speaking. And then they have like they have the mascots, they have other things. They've been saying that they were the creator of this ID. I don't know if that's the truth. It doesn't really matter, but they have created a lot of really, I guess that's potentially the only thing. They have created like some interesting animations. They have created some uh, motion for said mascots. I don't like it. I don't like the look of it, but it's there and it's humanizing the app, and therefore it's getting views. And because the mascot is fun, then it is standing out compared to the crowd. So that's the thing that's right now is happening. It's also very interesting that they already have copycats um, by some AI generated thing where the design looks like shit, but it's fine. That's your fault for building in Publix kind of situation. Um, but then that's their logo. So I'm going in the same direction with what I'm doing for Stony right now. Um, and you know, it's interesting. But I am again way more into Guillotine as a branding scheme than what these ones have done. Like this speaks to me a lot more. Maybe because it's a French word. That is never the case. But it visually speaking, it does speak to me because of the grunge part, because of the effects and so on. And therefore it's a mix of dithering and other things on top of existing image. So for noms, because it's a management thing, it's an admin platform, there is some visuals that are like very much uh, complex to explain. um, that yeah, it is that one specifically is their client reviews. So the client review is going to be written on that piece of paper that has the name of the brand, and it's within a folder with other things. But it's really fun, and it looks really good. And the one that we were talking about earlier today that we showcased is I'm gonna not find it again. Look at me, not finding it again. God damn it. I know where it is on my own. On my own shit. I mean, I think I know. Look at me not finding it. Right there. Like it is old school emblem and paper like print things. Yeah. Hey, it's fun. Makes sense. So nonetheless, all that to say, for you specifically, I might see this as a better option for the styling of your things. Like it might be a bit more appropriate because it is easier to just play with colors and sounds. But yeah, it does look like a beer brand, and some of the beer brand in question that I think you have in mind that is coming from the future YouTube channels, because they have done something very similar. Oh, still, one other person that has never seen a disc spin in their life. Oh my god. Ah, I'm gonna save that because I need a combo of shit like this. Like this is very 2026 type of vibe, right? Um, like it's a thing that makes sense, and yeah, I mean the room is spinning. That's when you're drunk and the room is spinning, and therefore you hold the disc and it's just spin with you. I get it. I get it. um, but there is like a ton of shit that is feasible, would look interesting. I think for you, like something like this would not work. Like it's too coded to something specific to be recognized as standing out. It will stand out for 2 days because it's like, oh yeah, it looks like Cuphead. Cool. But it's not like it's Cuphead. And that's what people will think about, and it's not anything else. Um, the reason why Cuphead works is because it is basically Disney Mickey Mouse first of its name illustration type, but with a cup instead. And so it stood out. But like most illustrative things right now don't necessarily like work anymore. So that's why I'm saying maybe something that has gradient types, like simplified gradient types, would work better. Something like this could be a fun iterative project, but also complex on its own in order to get all of the visuals that goes with it, and how heavy this thing is going to be because you need to load so many images. That's a thing. This is common 2026 behavior, right? We discovered that shaders were an option as designers, and well, shaders are an option, so we're using shaders, which is fine. But it's just like, yeah, maybe you want to go more abstract, um, and it works with sound, and I do like this a lot because of what it represents and so on. But it's also kind of like mold spore thing or water ink. Yes. There is a brand. Did I watch this here? I don't remember. I don't remember if this was on this channel or if I looked at this somewhere else. It was further. Yeah, it was not on this channel. God damn it. God damn it. Let me see if I at least get the watch history on this. Obviously, it's not on this one either. Oh my god. Well, it's probably on the third. It doesn't really matter. There is a brand that has decided to do a full branding based on actual mold. Like they have put mold into petri dishes, and they have filmed and photographed the mold and the spores and the fungi evolve through times, and then use that as their backgrounds for most of the styling of their branding. And it was pretty good, but obviously, I don't know where it is. um, and it is a very interesting system, but it's anchored in reality. It's anchored in something that makes sense. So for you, the most obvious thing, and I would not recommend that, but the most obvious thing is to go toward some shit like this, which is based on vibrations, where you have a note, like a sound note, a tone, a specific like note in music that creates a specific vibration, and you use that as the base of your branding system, and you have like vibration on a W, vibration on an S, vibration on a different types of shapes that will just react in a different way. You know, you have the sound patterns sand thingy. Like you've seen that 16,000 times in your life, right? Like this is the sacred geometry from sound, which is such an interesting thing, and you can use that as a pattern. You can use that as tones within the UI as well to just make it so much more interesting. And this is like in nature, recreatable in nature. Um, you could, through a system that is similar but in 3D or in like a test environment that is like not physical, you could make a Vocaloid somewhere in FL Studio speak wave sound or wave space as the name of the platform, record what the shape for all of that is, and then use part of the shape as like zoomed in. Like if I zoomed in on this and we use that as a background for something, it looks interesting. You don't know what it is, but it has some organic shapes to it, and it, you know, could be interesting. Um, and all of that is the type of thing that could, with ChatGPT, well, that makes sense. That is a good mascot. I agree with it. I agree with it. I think we can do that. Yes. Yes, for sure. For sure. Yeah, that could be a thing. That could be a thing. But like obviously because I mean I said sand, so obviously we're getting sand. But if you get into something that is like sand patterns in dunes, sand patterns in sound, and sand patterns in um, sacred geometry as a combo of everything, you could end up with something that is very, very impressive and very cool for like a very one-off thing. Like this sound is just how wave space look. Like the wah, you can have the wave being elongated and therefore it will just settle in one form. You could do the exact same thing in water also, and we'll come on in. I saw you like I didn't say shit. And you have the exact same patterns, but in water formats. And so all of that could be very interesting to play with as a branding option. Just get that that rippling water effect, you know, because again, main reason, because the app and the content is sound based, then it makes sense. Damn. Why? Ah, oh yeah, for sure. Everything is very the exact same with different colors. Except this one. I don't know why the hands are different on this. Like this one has a different hands. This one has a different head. This one has a different head, and this one has different fins. I mean, it makes sense because of like Gecko styles and whatever. But this one is cute. I can't really help with this though. Stony, in terms of creating the illustration itself, I don't have the skills to illustrate a gecko, so you would need to hire someone to do that, if you wanted to. But yeah. Like some sound patterns with dots, going back to what you said earlier, there is a ton of options that already exist, and also like dot patterns in general are going to be a common thing. It's a combination of your existing dithering patterns for the profile pictures and sounds, and then obviously tabs for guitar and presentation of other things. And you could go with something like this, which is very similar to what Anthropic is doing for the past few generation of like not Mythos, but like Fable and so on. It's you know, it's a potentially good thing, a good idea as well. But again, the main thing for me in branding is, what do you want specifically now? What do you want the the brand to be associated with? And so if your whole thing is like effortless in encoding, you want the thing to be airy and light and not very much be there. So for No Mercy, for the encoder, the brand is glass based. Like the player itself, the player icon that I made is glass based first, even though Stony didn't really like it in the first place. But it is not something that is meant to be heavy, something that goes on top of the content and gives you something that is like clearer, cleaner, and floating in that environment. So it's a light thing. It's something that doesn't take too much space while not slow you down. Like that's the meaning behind it. For Mima, for example, the logo itself and the thing that we went with, which is like this, it's the bounce that you currently do across the platform. So you're going from one platform to another, to another, to another to find all of your friends, and we just want to centralize everything in one place. So that was the reason here. If I have Agentic Web, for example, which is pretty good for presentation as well, the goal here was to present some sort of an agentic, so AI based, without having too much of the AI style in it, and some explosive designs so that it stands out compared to the rest of the thing that people would see. So we wanted to get like a very sci-fi slash cyber design to it, with still a bit of an editorial feel to it, and therefore like that's the point that we end up with because it's a directional point. So yeah, just we're on it. How are we? How's that day going? Um, so that's a good that's a good idea potentially. I don't know, but it's basically you want to have something that is based on the feeling and or the goal of the the brand in question in order to get like a response from the users that are going to interact with it. Um, but yeah, um, but this is an interesting thing as well. It has like a vibe. There is movement in it, and it's like the motion blur that they are using here is a very directional motion blur. They're using something that is similar here with the rotation, but it's not exactly correct. But like that thing is interesting. It's kind of stand out because there is motion in there. So I don't know exactly uh, what it is and what they do, but it seems to be investment based, which is fun. But yeah, this one is a yeah, this one is an old one for me from Slava. He's been doing a lot of things, to be honest. Like there is a ton of shit in there that is really good, and these gradients are basically the thing that I showcased earlier, like same vibes. And I don't think this is a bad idea for your vibe overall. I think the minimalism is interesting, but it's not necessarily like the best option. The branding, as I've mentioned with Stony stuff, I think the branding for the website can be explosive, but the branding within the app should be as minimal as possible because people want to focus on things that they are doing because it's management related. So the app should be in my eyes, from what you have said before, um, your in-app experience should be closer to the 11 Labs branding, and your out-of-app experience, like the branding, the website, the presentation, and so on, might be more toward uh, some of the greatness that we talked about earlier, some of the kind of wilder experiments that have happened here to better match like the vibe that you want to have. That might be a better fit just because this is eye-catching, but then inside it is still like very okay, cool. I'm listening to music, so the important part is the music in question. The visualizer would be interesting and would stand out, but also like that's not the point. The point is to let you listen to music. So that's the thing. Okay. This man cannot be stopped. By the way, this is cut the rope mascot already. So yeah, I wouldn't. Like that's basically it. It's not. It is. But like that's a mascot. Yours is an illustration. Like these ones are illustration based. So nonetheless, that still remain. Like I would go toward this in the near future, design wise, and we are seeing like guillotine is roughly going in that direction, which I obviously love because, well, it makes sense. But like shit like this is such an interesting, unique branding option and visual that you don't see every day. That is just like it will stand out, and It's like it's taken by a lot of things, to be honest. Like I've seen a lot of people do this. This one is inspired by the one that is probably going to be here. Yeah, these ones and the cat in question. Like I can tell that it is like a very much inspired by the original cat and some of the variations of these eyes and things. This is one of the things that have inspired me for this in the in that department, where I had it like the head shape thing in the background, um, because I wanted like an opposite thing. So, you know, um, these are the things for Stony. These are the things for Stony. We are currently for the num spot. We are here right now. We've landed there so far. Not saying that it's like the end point just yet. I still love this shit for many reasons, but yeah. um, and that's the duality of the branding. Going back to what I was saying a second ago, this is screaming. This is the brand being in your face, but then the app content is ghost based. Like it's a white, black, very neutral things. The only thing that I want to stand out is when there is like an error or something that is kind of hard to miss. Like any destructive actions needs to be like in the destructive buttons. That makes sense. But then I'm still debating some actions in like bright greens based on the logo itself, like upgradability here and there. Maybe some other things requires you to get like more attention than just a white button. So it could happen. I don't know yet. Um, but yeah, like branding on the outside is going to be very loud. That's the point, so that people notice it, and then branding on the inside is going to be kind of dull. So that's a good, at least for me, that's a good balance. But a ghost-based system is fun to play with as well. So that's a thing that is also in there. And it's very simple. It just works. Very friendly within, but screaming from the outside. So yeah, that's the please do. That was the thing that I saw. I was like, okay, cool. This is very cool. Let me try. And so you can see like what was in there. It's the exact same whiskers positioning. They had like a bit more of a curve that I didn't put in place, but it's the exact same teeth and system. It's the color, and then here, obviously, I didn't want to have a cat because too many cats. Um, but like that's basically the same idea. So that's like the inspiration that I took on this one. It makes sense. Um, but it's just evolved because that was not good enough for what I wanted to have in here, and then it just evolved and evolved and moved, and I think we found something that's cool. But yeah, we'll see where it goes. I'm still like very liking these designs. I think like a lot of things have been inspired by this as well. There has been like a lot of gradients within that grainy thing that we were talking about earlier, and that is also a direction that I can see as a potential design direction, branding direction in there. Um, would be a lot more of a pain in the ass to create just because, you know, whatever. But this is fun. Like these are stuff that I have kept uh, from a long time ago. This one, I don't know if these ones have been AI generated or not AI generated. I I've seen so many of these that are close in design that I know have been AI generated, so I don't know if that's a thing like this. But nonetheless, cool stuff. um, okay, the bottom right reverse arrow. That might be a tool that you want to use. No, like this thing. Yeah, probably. Is this some shit like, is that dial kit? Is it dial? It looks like dial kit so far. Um, but yeah, retune. I see. I didn't select the best option here. Because that's like, not. Yeah, I hate this. I was about to say, I know exactly what's gonna happen. It's gonna piss me off. This is a waste of time. So I have a very strong opinion on this. Um, where welcome back. Where basically here, what is currently happening is that I'm making changes, and I don't know. Let's say I'm changing the background to a bit of a red thing just for the sake of whatever. Um, and you know, it makes sense, it's fun, and so on. It it's done. Why do I have to copy the instructions and then send that to an LLM to get the output right? Like it's done. Like if I change the colors, it has changed a very specific type of thing in the code, and it's like it shouldn't. It That's right. Um, like it should not be. It should be instant. It's a waste of time. But yeah, no, I agree that some of these things would be useful to figure out exactly what is going on and how things are broken. But it's mostly for the mom UI kit for me specifically. It's mostly the fact that the build is built by a designer and not someone that knows what they're doing, and therefore it is kind of shit. That's that's gonna be the main reason. Um, but yeah, like that's Some design tools do that, but it is very limited, and it almost only work when your project is not compiled. So when you have a framework that is uh, almost vanilla, so some shit like Tailwind is going to be good, something like vanilla CSS is going to be good as well. And basically, as long as you don't really have some CSS in JS, it's good. It could work at times, but it is a pain in the ass to figure out exactly which thing is currently used. Like, for example, if I select this and I go in here and I change my content, well, it's button.css line 328. That's it. So figuring out exactly what has changed and how I changed it if I do any modification on this is the easiest thing ever, because it's just like it's written right there. But if I go into something like Instagram, for example, I'm not going to do that. It's going to give me uh, things that are like wilder, I guess. I was right. Goddamn. I did well with the fast save. Um, like in here, in order to get like the styling that this shit is getting, it's going to be in that wild ass obfuscated CSS file, because Meta just doesn't want me to know which folder it is coming from, and it's using some weird ass shit as well. So, like, like these fucking classes is the scrambling, like the CSS scrambling thing that they do for privacy reasons, which is something that I thought about potentially doing in order to ensure that everything that I'm building in MOM is not accessible. Um, but and not like not scrapable. It is scrapable, but then ensuring that you have like not readable names. Oh, so like with these things, like with threads, for example, these types of tools would not be able to figure out exactly in which subfiles it is exactly related, because there is probably a subset of files, as in the class in question is linked to file number A, which is a callback to file number D, which is a callback to file number B, and therefore, like that's where the thing is, but it's also obfuscated through the compiler that is creating subfiles that don't really exist. So when you are visualizing it, even as a dev, you don't have access to the regular files in the local things because you have been compiling it. So it is like a not working system. But yes, um, there is there are options. Uh, so it's fun nonetheless. Um, anyways, so back to this though. Um, like right now, the the directions that I'm seeing on branding is things that looks like this, which I feel like is a bit of a mix of simplicity from 11 Labs for you specifically. There is some realness and reality out, like extrusion pictures things in there, but like this is 3D rendering, but it is like very minimal outputs and some like shaders and so on. Like that's very much the same vibes. And the absolute opposite, which is the most realistic things within the minimalistic interface. So you get some photorealistic elements, and then you put that into an interface that is as clean as possible. This one has a background, which is something that stands out, but it is like a very game UI interface. And I mean, this is AI generated, but that's the type of UI that I'm seeing on a weekly basis. that is in there. So some people are combining both with the tech related plus realism, and it's fun. We've seen that plenty of times, but it is like the type of vibe that we would be seeing right now. And then people are doing some mascots all over the place. And so that's why I'm saying for you that is music based, which is something that is very emotional, and with the premise of what you have with Whitespace being something that is such a benevolent direction for artists, getting something that is emotionally charged in a good way would be a very new thing. So shit like this or shit like this would be interesting for you. You could create like a bit of a combination of that effect things. Like obviously this is like shaders and whatever, but it is in the same vibes, by still having that emotional link to the artist and the content, um, and potentially not end up here. Like that's it's a different thing. I don't think you do. Let me let me just let me do something real quick. Let me make that a bit smaller so that it's not like that fat. Um, if we go unsplash and we go jazz, just jazz, just jazzing it up. And we get a picture that is not too cliche, but I feel like these are pretty good cliche overall. So maybe just use that as a base. Right? Jazz. On top of that, you can get your main color and ensure that that main color is going through with like I guess the plus darker is pretty good because the main image is very much like black and white situation. But if you go into, I like the exclusion just for the sake of doing shit. And then on that, you just get into the effects. You go into the shaders, which is a new thing. You get one of the regular shaders that they currently have put in place. Um, and then you just get a dithering patterns, which I should just search, but it's somewhere else, right there. Just apply some dithering and ta-da! Or if you don't like dithering, but you like duotone, the thing that we've been using for Stony for some things, then you can kind of play with that. And maybe the color in question that we have used is not exactly the one that we wanted to have. Maybe we wanted to have something that is more yellow. Maybe you wanted to have something that is not like in difference, but we have something that is as a soft light or as an overlay. So they just take the color in question and again, 3 seconds. Like it you don't need too much skills to achieve the thing that I just showcased a second ago. The only thing that you need is the correct image in the background, like the thing that works for you. So again, the Unsplash plugin is going to be some sort of a very useful shit because they're going to have a ton of things in there that you can reuse. And some of them are going to be good, some of them are going to be bad. But, maybe that's enough for the vibe that you want to have. And you just want like a 4 point or a 6 point in the dots, like a bit lower, so maybe a 0.9 for what it is. Softness being kind of softer than what we have. We could have like a bit of a rotation so that it's not straight on. And you know, interesting, different things. It's fine. As always, the God damn it. I guess this is buffering for some reason. The thing that you can also do is change the exposure. You can uh, play with what the picture is. Like if it's more saturated, less saturated, you can play with that. You can have fun with whatever the fuck you have access to. And at the end of the day, you will end up with something that is pretty easy, simple, interesting. I don't know. Like maybe you just want some shit like this. And like, okay, cool, that is techno. Done. Bye. Next up. And it didn't take you like 3 hours. I mean, it didn't take me 3 hours. I don't know if it will take you 3 hours, but like for me, it is just like Figma right now with this level of like creation is something that is going to be pretty easy. It's something that is never going to take you too long if you just figure out the type of styling that you want to have, right? Um, I don't think you can if you don't have a paid account. I don't know if shaders are part of the free account. I think yes. I think you can't create your own shaders. So I have like my own shaders things that are absolutely breaking the system of image rendering. So it's just like it's never gonna work. And I need to fix them. But on the on the thing that they already have created, I feel like this might be like an easy system for you to, just play with some shit like this. It again in no time. Like I really have done absolutely nothing here for styling the image itself. It's just playing with the shaders that already exist. And I don't know if this one is gonna work. Yeah, it's not. I was expecting that to not work, and I was right. Um, but like maybe pixelating is the only thing that you want to have, and you want to pixelate in different ellipses. You want to pixelate in hexagons. You want to pixelate in triangles, um, and just that's it. That's your music style thing. Um, and you can, I don't know, play with it in both directions. So again, like this is not much. It's not nothing. I agree with that. But it is the type of thing that you can do very easily, and you could achieve like very easily by just having access to the Figma shaders. If you don't have access to the Figma shaders and you do have access to an AI models, a lot of them are absolutely willing to create things, and I think I have one that is saved somewhere like this. Um, this is Alex doing shit that Alex does, so it doesn't really matter. But like he's basically showcasing this thing that is an app that he has built through Claude to help the clients do things. So it is basically a gradient mesh situation where the client can select the colors, place them wherever they want in the grid, and then it will generate an image that is aligned with the style of the branding that Alex has defined for that client. And if you just want to do that, you can just ask Claude to do that, and it will create like an interface that will give you the design tools that you need to have. It could be something that is similar to the shader GPT, that is just like Chat GPT shaders made stuff. in which case there is like a lot of existing things that you could reuse and controls and change, but like it doesn't mean that everything is good, and you can get access to that and then just play with what they have created. I don't know, maybe. But it's the same thing. So all of that is options for you to just play with. And this, for example, like that thing right there, is a bit of a mix in how it's created. But if I just give you um, I guess that is gonna do it. And we do, God damn it. Oh, I'm gonna kill some people. Figma has been not good again. If I do this, which is wild, and I give you fancy around there, rounded tips, right? Vale, good morning. How are you? How's the day going? How have you been? Yeah, let's move that somewhere around here so that we have like the curve and so on. And then I take this and I just I just say, you know what, this is gonna be it's gonna take a texture, and that texture is gonna be pretty small. Let's do 4. That's gonna be fine, but it's gonna be a bit bigger, like 40. Maybe 2 points is better, so it's finer. I just created myself a bit of a spray paint thing, and the only thing that I need to do from here is you like it's oh wow, we have spray painted uh wow. So obviously it's not exactly the same, and there is a lot of things that you need to do in order to get like the output that is exactly similar to what you wanted to have here. But if I just gave myself some more time and a bit more research on things, like for example, maybe I want to have that end being like bigger than the rest, but like just here, like the rest is very small nonetheless. Like it's the same thing, but that's just bigger because it's the end of. I can do that. I can also give myself some sort of a layer blur that is going to be a progressive layer blur, which based on what we have right here is probably going to be inverted, but like we'll see in a second. We get 4 somewhere around here and 0 somewhere around there, but I'm going to just make it like much bigger, so something like 100. And instead of placing it above the texture, I'm just going to move it under the texture. So that is still going to go through, and it gives me that kind of fade effect thingy. And for the same reason, maybe I can just give myself something like this and say, well, this is going to be the exact same color. However, right about here, this one is going to fade a bit. So it just has a bit of an opacity thing. Like, like it's, again, it is not like that complex anyways nowadays to feel like you have the ability to get these textures in place and you have the ability to create these things, specifically with shaders and with textures and other things. It is obviously really bad in the output. Like when you look at the grain and the creations that they are making and generating, it's always the same thing. you can kind of see the same specks of dust that are repeated at a very specific distance, and it's not really realistic from what you're trying to achieve, but like that's fun enough. But then if you don't know how to play with Figma and you don't have like a paid Figma account and so on, uh, I love this website. IndieGround is going to provide things to you or for you, and on top of shit, sometimes they have things in the freebie stack, and they have fabric textures. So if you wanted some cover fabric texture things, acid textures, so acid bleached fabric, acid bleached paper, other things. It's free. You can just use it. It's great. It's really high quality. You have interesting gradients. You have interesting graffiti things. And for the same thing that I just did, you can re-add a shader on top of. So if you, for example, love the gravity thing, and you're like, cool, that is the vibe that I want to go for, and it has like such an interesting texture. It looks good. It looks like something that I would potentially use. You can just slap a shader on top of that, and yeah. What have you also, Vale? What have you vibe coded? I've seen some of your stuff on Twitter from time to time, but like not most days. But yeah, like that's the shortcut, right? Getting things like I saw an image again. Like the shortcut to this is the correct image in it and the correct shaders discovery. So if you find the image that works with you, then you have the link for that, Vil. I would love to take a look. But you get the correct image, you get the effect. The effect is working. Why not just use that? You know, like it's that, to me, it is that simple. And yeah, also, as always, I can't pass the opportunity to just let you look at that. Oh yeah. I was about to say, yeah, I've seen that before. um, that's a good thing. It's missing some clicks, I'm not gonna lie. So it was just you then. Yeah, I see. But you know, it is really cool. It is really cool. It has a vibe that is like human-made-ish, and it is very much 2026. Most people are just like fed up with AI-generated content, so therefore we go like this. This one, yeah. I still hate Rives. That still hasn't changed. I wish it made sense to me. It doesn't. I just don't like the I don't like the interface. Like that's what it is. But this is cool. It stands out. That's the thing. Um, it makes the web like more interesting, and it's the point, and we like it. But yeah, no. Other than that, Tonton, I feel like simplicity is gonna be good. Um, shaders is gonna be good. Like again, this would slap as an album cover. It's just the styling of the picture and the rendering and the editing of the picture in question. There's no shader on this, but it's still cool. And if you used a similar picture and you use that for, I don't know, acid trance as a base point, I wouldn't mind. I That would make sense. Like that that would be cool. And it doesn't need to be this. Like you could 100% just get this system through uh like within a specific frame. So let's say that that's your container and you just want to get that, and then the image itself is getting some sort of a treatment on top of what you currently have right here. And that said treatment is going to be just using an element right there that is using glass on top. And then from that glass, you just get like the most amount of depth and the most amount of frost and a bit of splay here and there. And again, ensuring that you are at like 0 for the lighting. So, and you know, whatever the fuck you want. And as always, this thing could be my regular colors. And play with it. I think this is too big for what it's supposed to be. To get the distortion that I want to get on this. But yeah, you can do whatever the fuck. That's basically what I'm saying. I don't like it. I think it's shit. um, I don't like it whatsoever. The thing that I have saved earlier today is a bit of a good representation of that. And obviously it's not gonna be here. I'm gonna look for Miggy. The like Miggy just sent us this, right? And say I create this cool shader, mosh shader, which has display and whatever, and it's fun to play with. Yes, but if I see this and I'm like, oh cool, I would love to get something like this. What do I do? I go into the generative shaders and I spend my paid for tokens to get something similar. Like I don't have the ability to get access to this shader unless obviously, I mean, after that they released the file in question. But it's like it's just like using tokens. It's just like using their internal AI stuff. Obviously, it is currently free. It's like I'm burning through their own like AI usage internally because, you know, like it's free for me for now. But it is like kind of it is meant for me to pay more money to Figma, and that's just pissed me off. And then the point that you just mentioned, yes, once you have this in Figma, but if you want to export that in code and play with it in the code, you can't do shit. If you know how code is supposed to work and how things in the code is supposed to work, and you could just open the file, edit 3 lines of code, and then collapse it and be done with it, it would be great. But that's not the case. Like you can't do that. It's not a Figma make thing. So you end up with things that are just like not good. And I have basically the same issues uh with the motion tab. I think it's great, but I think it's shit at the same time. Like there is so much in motion design that is not feasible in the Figma motion tab. And therefore we go to Rive or we go to Jitter or we go to Procreate directly um, to get the animation that we wanted to have because it's just not feasible in the Figma motion tab. And it's really sad. Um, so yeah, I'm still waiting for them to release the code frames. That is, I think, the most interesting thing, which if you don't remember, code frames is basically the ability to just load um, a GitHub repo or local repo, which is probably on GitHub, directly inside of your Figma file, play with it, screenshot it, export the content, and get the ability to get the entirety of the flow that you have done in that code frame on your design file, and then play with that. That is great. But yeah. Um I so you've been here before, you know me. I have issues because of this. God damn it, that's the wrong thing. The and now it is just broken. Modify is what Figma has acquired to get access to the motion tab, and uh that's me. Goddamn. And modify UI tab is or was or UI tab motion tab was better than what they have implemented in Figma. They had more play on the thing that we could do. We had some more controls on the animation itself. We could modify like a vector shape and change the node points during the animations. We could basically bend things here and there, and they acquired Figma acquired Modify to basically implement a subpar version of what they already had, and that's what pisses me off because the shaders that were on Modify were great. The one that we got are not that good. The motion tab on Modify was great, and the one that we get in Figma is kind of shit. And it's just like everything that Figma is acquiring, their implementation within Figma is just not to the level of what the tool before the acquisition was able to do. So I feel like dinner board is going to be gone as well. No, dinner board is something that they have acquired when they wanted to get Figma Make working, because this is like an IDE that is interactive and multiplayers, and therefore they just acquired it and got like the CMS section, they got the internal tools and all of the tech that goes with it. But like the base point was it's an IDE that is multiplayer, and now we have Figma Make. But it it was great. Dinner board was great. It could do so much more shit, and And now the implementation that we have of the Dynamo thing is just so bad. Like it's the Figma make thing is fine, but you can't really manually edit the code if you want to. Um, and I mean, it's the same thing for everything. And yes, payload is the same issue. It's like the only use case that we have for the CMS section is in Figma Buzz. So yeah, and then yes. Oh shit, I clicked on AI mode by default because it used to be the first one. Um, in the past months, though, we are up 30%. But since you probably bought that on launch day, just like everyone else, yeah, I have so many things. You bought it at the bottom? Then good. Um, then good. I love that it crashed. I think it's a great thing that it crashed. Because it's a bit of a slap in the head for Figma just to be like, okay, cool, we're not worth that much anyways. But I also love it because of the money that Figma made in the acquisition. Because basically, Figma sold the shares at 30 for one share to the retailers of stock shares, whatever. And the brokers said we're gonna put it at $100 per share. The thing that we bought for 30, we're gonna make basically $70 out of it for each shares, right? And so they released the thing for basically 80. It goes up to 100, and then most people kind of sell. The people that were invested sell. It kind of crash, and then nobody buys back, and then there is hopes, and then it crashes again, and then there is hopes, it's crashed again, and then now there is a bit of hope with 30%, and then it will crash again. I'm aiming for 10. I think at 10 is going to be worth it, and like bottom-ish, and that could work. But yeah, I'm more like interested in the things that are like more stable. So when you look at Apple on the year to date, obviously it is like donking for the past few days, but it is like still stable. Um, but it's still pretty steady, still pretty nice. Specifically when you look for a bit of time. Like people are crying about the fact that it's going down. It's like it's not going down. This is not what going down looks like. Um, so yeah, that I don't know. It's not like the Korean stock. Like Samsung in the past few days is crashing down, and it's really fun. But when you look at it for the 5 years, it's just like nothing happened until 2025, and then it kind of SSDs were like, oh yeah, and now it's crashing back down, which is really funny. Like that is not a viable stock market. Anyways, not financial advice as always. Don't invest in Samsung. It's not a good time, at least not now. Um, but yeah, I think after the earning calls, it's probably gonna go up by a bit, like it did last time, and then just go stabilized at like 15. But yeah. Also, I'm thinking in euros. So right now, what we were looking at is in dollars. So we are already really close to it. 20 in dollars is roughly like 17, 15-ish in euros. So yeah, I think it will crash down again. as I have mentioned that before, I have talked about it on TikTok in the past. Basically, my still not financial advice as always, but like my investment strategy is I need to buy this from that company. This costs X amount of money. Let me put X amount of money in that company. And then when I go to buy said thing, if the stock went up, I got a discount. That's it. So right now I need to buy a new Mac and a new iPhone. That's going to be 10K. So if I put 10K in the Apple stock today, then I wait a bit, I'm going to get a discount because it's just the Apple stock is just going up mostly. Um, so yeah, I think people should not like um, the flip phone or the foldable phone for the iPhone Ultra as it's named so far. No one asks for it. It's the same thing as the thin phone. The iPhone Air is a magnificent piece of tech. It looks incredibly good, but no one asked for it. It overheats. It doesn't have the cameras that people are used to. The battery is lasting less than my current phone that is like 3 years old. I mean, technically now, a bit less, more than that. Um, and it's not, it's great in the hands, but that's about it. And it's for like a very, very slim sliver of people. The folds, like most of the folds, the Samsung folds and all the existing folds, they are working, they are selling, but the one that sell the most are the flip one, the one that just like clap front back, like this, not this, that. uh, and it is women most likely are buying these because these are the only phones that fits their pockets when they have pockets. And the regular fold, like the book fold things, are for the people that go on planes, basically. But the regular people, I I uh, I live in Paris. I have never seen a single fold, nor have I seen a single flip, other than in the hands of tourists. But I have never seen a French person with a folding phone in Paris. And it's like there is no demands for it. That it's just like the tech is amazing, and I agree that we need to push the tech forwards because, well, technically the tech is good, and it's just that it would be amazing to get like that folding screen technology to go further than what it's currently doing, get it to be stronger and more resilient and better than everything that we currently have. But no one wants it in a folding phone. So they are doing their best to sell us things that we don't want, that is more fragile than what we already have, and and most likely this year are gonna cost like $2,000, if not more. Uh, yeah, no one wants it. Like the reason why Apple is currently implementing a payment plan, like a lease plan where you can rent the phones, specifically in the US, from Apple, so that you can have like you can have your phone for $30 a month, and then at the end of your 2-year contract or 1-year contract, you can either give the phone back and get the new one instead, or buy the phone with the rest of the thing that you were supposed to pay. So usually you're gonna say, I'm gonna do a 1 year lease because that way I can just change to the next one when it comes up, and it's like you have a cycle, it's called, and it's the same price, it's kind of cheaper overall, but it's just an exchange. So when you go for your trade in, you don't trade in anything. You just give the phone back. You get the data from the previously rented phone to the new one, and then you get the new one. And that's good because otherwise no one can buy the phones anymore because they are too expensive. Um, so that's just like, yeah, I can get the phone for $30 a month, but I can't get the phone for like 2K. That that is for sure. Like this is not an option. I can't spend 2K on just the phone like tomorrow. I mean I can, but like a regular person cannot. But same thing. Like it's just, yeah, you have a lease things, and then in the contracts of the lease, I think they mentioned that basically the phone needs to be in almost perfect state at the end of the lease and the rent system, which is a thing that will be absolutely amazing for Japan. Like this is the best option because well, Japanese people are very specific with the tech and anything that they buy. And so when you go second hands, most of the phones that you buy second hand in Japan are just like as if they were brand new anyways. So the Japanese people are gonna be good. I noted, like, for example, my previous CTO basically changed phone every 3 months because it fell down, broke the screen, broke the back glass, lost it. Like it's just do something about it. I don't know. Put it in your pocket. Don't lose it again. But yeah, I don't know. It's a weird thing. So nonetheless, all that to say that the new phones are going to be more expensive, and therefore a lot of people are not going to be able to buy them, and therefore Apple is just implementing some new pricing strategy that is not necessarily the worst of options. Some people have been saying that it is some sort of a way to make you pay more, but in the US specifically, the lease is at 0%, so there is no you're not paying more. You're basically paying less if you pay for the entire thing, which is pretty impressive. So we like it. We like it. The thing is, $700 for 2 years instead of 1,400. Like basically half the price for 2 years of usage. And as long as you bring back the phone in a good condition, then everything is fine, which I think is a good thing. But yeah, nonetheless, nonetheless, it is it is the thing. Uh, it is. Uh, it's. I mean, I'm gonna I'm gonna be old and say a sentence that we never say, but my dad always said that if you can buy something outright, do it, and don't get into debt, don't get into a payment plan, because it is going to fuck you in the end if you don't pay attention. Because if you're on a payment plan, it's just like money that accumulate, and it looks like you have money in your account, but in reality you don't. Like you'd still need to pay the thing. And uh if you don't pay, you need to like give the phone back. And because it's Apple and they have access to other things, they could potentially render the phone unusable. They could lock it up as if it was stolen, like it's stolen property, and therefore it's automated. And it's just like the phone gets locked, and the only thing that they can do is bring it back to Apple so that they can unlock it. But because you haven't paid, then it's considered stolen property because it's in your contract you're supposed to pay. So, eh, it's shady in a way, but again, I would rather be poor for like a month and be like, "Cool, I bought a new iPhone. I'm good." But yeah, I don't. I mean, there is a thing. There is a rumor that is happening where in the code of iOS 27, some people have discovered that there is remote lock features that is basically locking 90% of the features of the phone, including things that are like what makes the iPhone good. So you would basically almost end up with just text and phone. But then people have been calling out Apple for that, and they have responded in saying that it's not necessarily linked to the new rental system. I don't know if I trust that. But the other thing that is also important is that, as per the contract of renting, because it's a lease and it's not like I'm buying it on a payment plan, like I own it and then I still need to pay, but then I still own the thing. I'm leasing it, so it's like I'm not the owner of the phone. Apple is still the owner of the phone until I pay the entirety of the amount that I'm supposed to pay. Um, which means that, as I just said, per contract, Apple is the owner. So if Apple doesn't have access to something that is theirs, legally speaking, they can report it as stolen. And they have things in place to lock iPhones out by like serial numbers and shit. And therefore, it could just,
All sessions
um, the by the way, the Whoop, there is the open Whoop thing if you want to, which gives you the ability to not pay the subscription because it's fucking $200 a year, and get access to most of the things except the AI features. So it just speaks to the band and get access to the data without having to pay the subscription. So that's a good thing. The other one is the Google one that doesn't need a subscription. It's $99 once, and that if you want the subscription for the AI stuff, you can, but it's not necessary, which I think is much better. And then there is the uh, Garmin, Garmin. I forgot the name. The Garmin. I don't know. The watchmakers that are doing another band as well, and it's the exact same thing as the Whoop, but a bit cheaper with the same subscription. So you know, maybe do that. I don't know. I don't know. Nonetheless, I need to go. I need to send you to things. Um, I'm gonna send you to Clark because it's been a bit, and he's been like it's lunchtime for now, but it is also word on stream and so on. So as always, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. If you enjoyed the stream, please follow the channel. That's highly appreciated. If you have a question and I'm not live, as always, join the Discord. Ask there. If you are like me and you have a big ass perfume collection, use that. And if you need to spend and share links on the internet, use Ban. It is good. It's probably gonna receive an update soon for something else, and then if you are learning Japanese, I have one more feature that I need to put in place, which is the ability to get a quiz on the entirety of a dictionary if you finished it, and or on the entirety of what you have unlocked so far. So this is going in the work in the weekend, and we'll see when that is going to be available. But I'm guessing soon-ish. Nonetheless, as always, I should be back on Monday, unless something happens. Stony, we might have a call in the weekend. I don't know. I don't know if I will be there. Um, but we might have a call on the weekend. Uh, but yeah, nonetheless, take care of yourself. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. You know the drill. And I'll see you all on Monday. Bye.